Later on, I talked to the two RCMP that were
to
there.
soften it up a little bit, because the way it's written right
now.
now, it is restrictive.
It seemed like it went really well.
Okay, well then it doesn't.
Well, the
Let's
car
just
guys
vote
are.
and then have that conversation with him.
A lot of them were, I went there late thinking, well, it's going to be open till 3, but a lot of them started leaving, I guess, at 1 or 2, so. But boy, there was some beautiful cars there.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. I'd offer you one of these. They're not very good.
No, it's
Okay. Well, it took him forever to figure out who the 3 winners were, and there was a tie, and they couldn't figure out the
Oh, is that right?
And so, trying to come up with some criteria about tie breaking, and so.
I don't know how you figure out winners anyway. There's such a diversity.
Yeah, totally.
Did they have
Patty, environment, or sorry, public works is before environment. So.
The main thing I wanted to know was which was first.
Okay. Tina?
Just waiting. Just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the a series of meetings this evening. We have all the committee meetings and a council meeting. I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, including our near neighbours, the Shiano First Nation and the South First Nation. This evening, this is the Finance Committee meeting. Following Finance will be the Community Planning, Public Works and Protective Services, Environment and Natural Services, and then, or Natural Areas, I should say. And then the council meeting. At each meeting, there will be a point where you can speak at public participation. So if there's something specific to any of those portfolios, please wait to speak to that. And it will be a full evening, so we will be specific to speaking, allowing for 4-minute talking at the microphone for public participation as we move through a pretty heavy agenda. So thank you for coming out tonight. Council, I'd like to make a change to the agenda. I'd like to remove one item under business arising, 6A, the Agricultural Advisory Select Committee recommendation. We'll remove that for a future meeting, please. Are there any other additions or changes council would like? If not, can I have a move and second? Moved by Mayor Little, second by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Carried, thank you. So now we have a presentation this evening by Judith Cullington, President of Building 4 Hearts, West Shore Arts and Cultural Centre, be giving us a PowerPoint presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Council. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Judith Cullington. I am the President of the Wonder Future Performing Arts Centre Society, and with me is board member Dorothy York. Let me start by saying thank you to Metchosin for your very generous contribution of $300 grant and aid towards our accessibility study. That was very much appreciated. Also, it was lovely to see many of you at the Party for the Arts that we held back in April. So what I know you have a super busy agenda tonight. What I want to do is provide a very quick update on where we're at, and then end with a specific ask. So we're a registered society. Our vision is very simple. We want to see the creation of a community-oriented arts and culture centre for the West Shore. So we want you to imagine a place that's humming with activity, a place for people to take drama classes or learn to play an instrument or do fine arts or pottery. There are ever-changing displays in the gallery from local artists. People come and hang out at the cafe. It's a place where the community comes together to meet, to share ideas, to co-create. It is, as we like to say, the heart of the community. Having said that, I am a huge supporter of MACA and the Metchosin art scene. All of these images come from pieces that I've purchased from artists who display at MACA, and I really appreciate everything that goes on there. So I really want to emphasize that what we're working to build is very complementary to what you have here already. I've spoken with a number of your artists, and they all say, yes, but we'd love, more space to display. We don't have the kind of space to put on performances. We don't have a full-on pottery shop. So, yes, everything to Metchosin, and so absolutely not trying to replace. In terms of the spaces that we envisage being built, this was prepared for us by our consultants last year. And what they're suggesting, and this is based on conversations with a lot of different folks, A 350-seat theatre with a nice large lobby space so you can do lots of different things. Exhibition space, smaller classes for studios, different classes, sprung floor classrooms, dedicated art room, pottery studio, maybe a small space for podcasting or recording, gathering spaces, storage space, artists always need storage space, office space, cafe bistro, and accessible and inclusive spaces and programs. So we feel this is kind of a good mix of, it's well balanced, it's fitting multiple community needs, it will create that kind of vibrant and happening place where people want to come and hang out. I want to come back for a minute to that last point about being accessible. And I love this image because it's all about accessibility. So we're trying hard to make sure that those proposed spaces are accessible for artists, for audience with physical difficulties, with mental challenges, that they are welcoming and inclusive spaces for people who are gender diverse, neurodiverse, all of the cultures, many cultures that we have. So I think, as you know, with support from the West Shore Arts Council and support from the BC Arts Council and support from municipalities, we are actively now underway in terms of a study to understand how to make this space truly excellent for all. Just quickly, we spent a lot of time out in the community last year. We talked to literally hundreds of people, and we heard time and time again, what a great idea, we need this, we'd love to have this kind of thing close to home. So many people said, we have lots and lots of sports facilities in the West Shore, but we have to go to town for the theatre. We've also heard a lot from the arts and culture community who say time and time again, we need this space. So these particular images came from a production that we put on as a fundraiser for our organisation, and we had to do it in a church because that was the best space available. I'm going to skip these two slides. You guys know this, the importance of art for our mental health and our well-being. And you also know that it's also very good for our economy. So who's going to pay for this, and how much is it going to cost? Always good questions. So our consultants estimated that the capital costs are around $40 million. That doesn't include land, and it doesn't include parking. It doesn't come cheap. We do not see municipalities contributing to the capital costs. We see that as coming from the federal and provincial governments and from private donations. We are well aware of the capital constraints that municipalities are under. You have a lot on your plate, we know that. Having said that, the operating costs, obviously the place will be designed to be self-funding as much as possible, but we know that, like every other facility of its kind, there will be an operating shortfall, and our estimate is that if all of the West Shore municipalities were to participate, it would work out to about $7 a head, which feels like a very reasonable deal for what we're going to get. So just quickly to wrap up this section, we have an identified need. We have identified the spaces that we think belong. We're still working on location. How do we get there? So where we're focusing our efforts this year, building partners. So we don't want to build a standalone arts and culture centre. Land is too valuable. There are too many other community needs. So one of the things that we're doing is kind of actively reaching out, finding out who else has community needs and wants to share in a space, so that we kind of work together on something collaborative. We're also working on fundraising. We'd love to get ourselves in a position to hire a part-time coordinator. And the other piece is that we are working on the development of an intermunicipal committee, because clearly this is something that needs support from all of the West Shore municipalities. So we are putting together an ad hoc intermunicipal committee. We are asking each of the 5 West Shore councils to designate their representative. That group will have the task of discussing, confirming what spaces we need, having the discussion around the location, having the discussion around the funding model, helping us to move towards that shovel-ready project. And View Royal and Highlands have already designated their representatives. Langford is in a conversation to bring that forward in the near future, and then I have a presentation yet to make to Colwood. So my request for you tonight is to make a recommendation to council that the District of Metchosin designate a member of your council as your representative on this intermunicipal advisory committee. It's not intended to be an onerous task. Again, we know everybody's busy. And I think it's also important to say this is not making a commitment, this is just a conversation. So this is kind of helping us to kind of move this forward. All of the decisions that we need to be made obviously will come back to the respective councils. So, questions?
Anyone have questions? Councillor Judith?
Thanks, thanks, Judith. If you had a sense or could look ahead, crystal ball wise, what would your time frame? Like, are we talking 5 years, a decade, or
We're
care to speculate?
I would love to be in a place to be shovel ready in the next 2 to 3 years. It obviously depends a lot on on the where, who owns the land that we're looking at building on, and the process around that. And obviously once we have a clear go forward, a very large part of our task will be the fundraising piece, and that will take time. But we've been talking about it in this community for a long time, so I'm just pushing to keep it moving forward.
Thanks.
Councillor?
Is there any possibility of a public-private partnership deal that they do with many sports arenas?
I think there are all kinds of possibilities, and those are the things that we would love that intermunicipal committee to have some of those conversations and say, which direction should we go? I think it's an excellent.
Thanks.
Hello?
Thank you for the presentation, Judith. I'm going to ask the obvious question. Would you be interested in the Metchosin facility that we have to expand that to accommodate the desires and wishes and the project that's moving forward?
It's a wonderful offer.
I'm not offering, I'm just suggesting. I'm just throwing that out with the different ideas.
Again, it's one of the ideas that, let's bring it to the table. I will be frank in saying it's probably not one of the best places. We have looked for a number, there were previous studies that looked at kind of putting something like this in Royal Bay, and we said, no, it's, it doesn't have the bus access, it doesn't have the ready vehicle access, it doesn't have the significant parking spaces that we need. So I'm thinking that if Royal Bay doesn't fit the bill, Metchosin probably doesn't either, but all ideas are on the table.
So my second question would be then where have you got a site in mind, and where would that be?
Where we've talked about is being on the Blink route, the rapid bus route, which makes a lot of sense. We have looked in recent years at the kind of either on the land of or in the vicinity of Westshore Parks and Recreation. That offers a number of benefits. It's got the vehicle access, the bike access, the bus access. It also has the opportunity to kind of work collaboratively with Westshore Parks and Recreation. We've had conversations with them. They're interested in, participating, sharing in some way. Again, not defined at this point in time. But that's, and it's also close to things like the Senior Centre, the Pacific Centre Family Services Association. So it's a good kind of central area, the casino. If you will, are kind of looking at entertainment districts. So, is that an area? But again, that's a conversation that I want to see, a very fulsome conversation at the intermunicipal committee. See what ideas come to the table. There's probably something we haven't thought about.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is public participation. Is there anyone from the community that would like to speak? If so, please step up to the mic, state your name and the street in which you live. Okay, so we'll move on to the next agenda. Keep this machine moving.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. So So adoption of the minutes, page 9, the Finance Committee meeting of June 5th, 2023.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And on page 13, receipt of minutes for the Agriculture Advisory Select Committee meeting of June 7th, 2023.
Move receipt.
Moved by Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Gray. Any discussion? Yes, Mayor Little.
I was really happy to see that there is plans for a Metchosin forum for 2023. I think that's wonderful. That was a very successful event last, what was it, April 29th, 2022. So that's great. Thanks for moving that forward. Yeah.
Brainstorming some ideas that one of them is perhaps the young agrarians doing a presentation of some sort. So there'll be more information coming out on that. So that'll be fun.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
How many meetings have you had so far? Seems like you've got a few under your belt now.
Yeah, I think we've had 3, maybe 4.
Okay.
They generally have 3 a year, so we're on a roll. And I think a lot of that stems from the energy that came out of having the Ag Forum a year ago, April, was a real recharge for the committee. So yeah, things are moving along quite well. They did get together and formulate some work to put into an RFP for an ag plan. So that is that's with staff now, I believe. Okay.
Call the question.
Okay, so call the question. Thank you. And no further discussion, just call the question. Okay, all in favor? Thank you very much. Carried. This is what happens when you don't have a couple meetings in a few weeks. Okay, so move on to reports. On page 23, there is a staff report, financial report for the first half of 2023. And could I call Ms. Tarnowski to the podium to speak to this, please?
Good evening, committee. Just a couple of highlights. I'm not going to go through the report in detail. Just a couple of highlights to point out to you is overall, so I'm talking about overall, revenue and expenses, particular expenses, consolidated. We're looking like we're on track for to be within budget, but obviously we'll keep an eye on things as the year progresses. Revenue-wise, we're on target as well, primarily from our property taxes. But you will notice on page, let's see here, actually page 25, or the first page of the report, we have a huge actual compared to budget. That's due to the 2.4 million for the community, growth community funds. So that's why that's a huge variance on that. Other than that, like I said before, things are looking at, they're tracking really well. So I'm happy to take any questions or comments that the committee may have.
Committee, any questions? Councillor Shukin?
So thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Just a quick, I think I know the answer to this. So Ms. Tarnowski, when you say revenues for the year were 183% of the financial plan, that's the growing communities fund, the 800.
That's correct.
Okay, great. That's yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Mary Lou?
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions, and maybe you and the finance chair and I can go through some of the other comments that I have at a different time. But in the columns, account description, year-to-date, actual year-to-date budget. So is this year-to-date? This isn't year-to-date budget, right? This is the year-to-date. This is overall. This is not January to June. It's January. It's the fiscal year. right?
So that's correct. That should be a year to like budget, annual budget, not year-to-date budget. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the annual budget. And what I was expecting from your description here is the performance relative to the prior year. Because what I was hoping to find, and at the end I was hoping to find the balance sheet is not the minutia, but where we are in terms of revenue, in terms of expenses, and where we are in terms of where council was at this time last year.
Right. So so you're correct. There's actually no comparative for last year, but we don't show the balance sheet on our report or income statement. So the balance sheet in terms of a lot of the balance sheet item and entries are done prior to year end. So that's why we rarely show balance sheet items. So those be for cash or assets and things like that. So those are specifically the balance sheet items. So you're correct that there's actually no year-to-date comparative for last year for the income statement.
Okay, so we won't, until the end of the fiscal year, we won't see that statement of operations.
No, the statement. This is the statement. This is income statement items. So that's just revenue and expenses. So this is essentially all the items that's on the statement of operations. So
Okay.
if you're referring to the balance sheet, no, you usually do not present the balance sheet. So those are, like I said, all the assets and the liabilities. So cash, reserves, and things like that. So.
Okay. And then the third question that I have, are we always dealing on a cash basis, not an accrual basis?
No, this is accrual basis.
This-
This is accrual basis.
This is accrual. So in terms of our capital assets, for instance, paying for a road, should they not be amortized over a certain year, or like a 10-year plan? Is this correctly reported in terms of those type of capital costs, like the fire truck, the paving? So we pay for them once, but they're actually, the lifetime is over, I don't know how many years, 10 years, 15 years or something like that.
Yeah, we don't report the depreciation, right? So if you're talking about, so I stand corrected. So in this case, it is cash basis because it's based on cash outlay. So we don't say, for example, the roads, if it's $2 million over 25 or 50 years, we don't record that amount annually on the depreciated amount. So no, so it's a cash basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes a difference because, for instance, the policing fund, we know we're going to have to pay that bill, even though we haven't received the invoice.
That's right.
So wouldn't it make sense to every month, we sort of know what it's going to be, 800,000 plus. Wouldn't it make sense to every month account for that? And it's not that we're paying for that, but it is an internal accounting for that. So at 6 months, we know that money is accounted for.
So the difficulty there, policing specific, if we're talking about that, is so we don't even know what the bill is. We haven't seen the bill yet. We're expecting to see the bill at the end of July or possibly first part of August. So we could guess, but it's we have never done that way. It's always just based on when we actually pay the invoices. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Katie? Councillor
Sorry.
Judith?
Thank you, through you, Councillor Donaldson. So, Ms. Tarnowski, if I have a question on a specific line, sorry to trouble you with this, but page 30, and quite far down the page, it's road surface maintenance. It looks like we, on a cursory reading, if you look at road maintenance contracted services, it looks like we've spent $88,036 that wasn't budgeted. And so there's it's a third sort of section up.
Page 30.
236, so 2,700.
Yeah.
A third of the way up, which, so which section?
Third of the
was
way
it?
down, third of the way down.
Oh, it's the
Did
bottom.
I say that? I don't know. Yeah. The bolded heading is road surface maintenance. And then it's the middle one, road maintenance contracted services.
I'll have to look into that. That could just be a coding error. Could be a one-time expense. I'm not sure, but I'll look into that.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a similar question to that, and what I discovered, I believe, is anything that's contracted, they all seem to have a zero under the budget column. Every one of them so I'm not sure why that is, but there is the year-to-date variance and then the year-to-date actuals, so I think that's whatever the author was doing, that's what they were, it's consistent through the whole document.
So it's a budget like the whole amount. So we do have the total is according to budget, but not broken down by line items. So if you look at, for example, like road cleaning, it's 50,000 for the whole section, but it's not broken down into the different various items, the contractor services, vehicle costs, and miscellaneous supplies. So the whole service area is budgeted for in total, as a total. So as a point to remember as well, at the end of the day is we always look at what I refer to as the bottom line. So is, do we exceed the bottom line? Do we not at the bottom line? Because the reality is variances happen as long as, again, at the end of the day, that we don't, what's important to me is I look at it as the whole department. So as a department, how did each department do? Was it within budget or was it over or under budget? So I'm less inclined to look at the variances line by line because, like I said, we know that variances happen, but really at the end of the day, what do we look like? What is the performance as a budget? Sorry, as a department as a whole?
Yeah, so that makes sense, and that was my request about the balance sheet, is that they would have the revenue, the expense, but not by item, the minutia, but by department, and then that was the type of balance sheet that I thought that would be helpful going forward with this type of a report. Because I think what we're looking at is a snapshot in time just to see how we are. We obviously need to be very careful with money going out the door. That's what I took away from this report. What it did concern me also that there were a number of items where the budget showed zero, but yet we had spent money. And so what you're saying is that the money had been allocated to that department, but that item hadn't been allocated.
That's right. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
And that was the case for some of the minor capital items in the fire department.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Any other questions, committee? Those are really good questions. It's a little bit different layout than what we've seen previously, so lots to learn still.
Oh,
Yes.
and so the public reading this would see that you talked about the treatment plant. I know what you're referring to, but maybe you could elaborate on that for the people that are listening. On your report on page 24, analysis administration is trending to be likely over budget for the year due to computer hardware purchases, equipment maintenance, stationary, treatment plant maintenance, and utilities.
Yeah, so it's actually not a treatment plant, but it's
Septic.
yes, a system for the septic. We've had emergency replacement for the system, so that's probably need a revision of the terminology so that it's not misconstrued by the public. We do have a treatment plan, we do not have a treatment plan. So it's for the septic.
That's the septic system for the school.
No, this one is actually an emergency update for our properties, for the municipal properties and all the other properties. On our land here, not the school.
Not the school.
No.
Okay, that's what you're referring to, this property here on this side of the street.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so seeing no further questions, ask for a motion that this report be received for information. Motion by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Shupin. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
I'll just say thanks so much for the report. It's nice to see you were tracking so well.
Okay, so then on page 37, also a staff report for the 2023 reserve balances.
So this report is in front of the committee as per our policy. You can read through the details again in my report. But the one thing I'd like to bring to your attention is not so much on page 39, which shows the minimum level, the optimum level that as recommended by the government finance officers worldwide. So it's not just Canada or US, just the GFOA recommendation. And also the balance that we currently have. So that's pretty self-explanatory. So the only reserve that is not on here, I realize, after the fact, is the growing community funds, the one, the 2.438 that we received from the province, but nothing's been spent, so everything is in that particular reserve. But what I really would like to bring your attention to is if you turn to page 40. So this is a totally new report that neither council or committee has seen before. And the purpose of this report is really to get everybody thinking about the asset replacement gap that we have heard a lot of the past few years. So the top table really shows that, so any numbers in bracket, it means that we currently, the contribution level exceeds the what is called sustainable level. So it's essentially very simplified, sustainable funding, for example, of the roads which last 50 years. And we have a total value asset of $45 or $46 million. We should be contributing $483,000 a year just to make sure that we are able to replace all those assets at the end of the life. So that's not adding any new roads or anything, it's just current existing assets. So if we continue the road analogy, you see that we're in a really good position right now. It's $216,000 of, I'll call it access funding. But if you look at it through all the different categories of assets and you get to the bottom, it actually is a shortfall of almost $60,000 per year. Now there's a couple of assumptions that I used to put together this table. The replacement cost is me as a non-engineer guessing the cost, so I can quite safely say that it's probably not very accurate. And also, again, like I mentioned before, it's assuming we do not acquire or add any more new assets. So this is just everything that we have, replacing them when the time comes for replacement. So going down to the little graph at the bottom is over a 100-year timeline. Now the reason it was projected 100 years is because all those assets would have been replaced at least once. So going out based on that little chart, you'll see that the existing funding, which is the darker line, which is the bottom line, we're okay for about 20 years. Our funding is keeping up with replacement, but starting in about year 22 out, you'll see that the gap is starting to widen. That's because our funding level has not increased, but our assets are starting to need to be replaced. So as you go out throughout the year, you can see that the gap is slowly widening. The good news is that Metchosin is a really good position that we are not, even though there's a gap, the gap is a lot smaller than what many other municipalities are projected to be seeing, but nevertheless, there is still projected a gap. So, yeah, that's it.
Committee, do you have any questions for Ms. Tarneski?
Just a quick observation. This is interesting to see, and yeah, thanks for putting it together.
Yes. Councillor Gray?
And through the chair, Ms. Czerniewski, would it be advisable for us then to seek revenues in the amount shown in the annual funding gap at the bottom there, $58,000? Is the kind of idea here then that we'll want to see a tax increase to take care of that gap in future years, or is that the sort of advice that might come from this work?
In an ideal world, yes, that would be the goal. However, we really need to look at this as a whole holistic in terms of when we put in the other expenses as well, because this gap only addresses asset replacement funding.
Right.
So, you know, that's a look at it in conjunction with everything else. Then it's a decision of council is how much is the residents able to bear if you wish to continue on a sustainable funding level for asset replacement.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Schuchman?
Thank you. Just through you, Councillor Donaldson, Ms. Tarnowski, like to clarify the very first number here, it's we talk about the annual funding gap,
Yeah.
but this is to the positive,
That's
essentially. Yeah.
That's correct.
So.
Yeah. So another reminder as well is council always has the option to transfer from reserves, capital reserves, and move it around among, for example, roads and buildings. These are all capital reserves. So if at some point in the future that council would make a decision that you want to transfer the balance from the roads reserve to, for example, just picking one, what's a good one here? Buildings, for example, you always have that option. Okay, but the important thing to remember is look at the bottom line, everything consolidated. You just have a little bit of a gap, but nevertheless, it's still a big gap.
Yeah, thank you for this, especially the latest information. That's very helpful in framing this. When I looked at the first page and page 39, what it looks is we've got some work to build up some of these reserves.
Yes.
Of particular concern to me is the policing fund reserve, because that will go to zero in 4 years, and so that does give me cause for concern. And at the end of the year, often what happens is we have a surplus, and then we're asked for to approve one-time expenses. I think we need to really think about putting money aside into the reserves to build these up, particularly the policing funds, because we know that's not going to go away anytime soon, and that's a huge impact on our overall operational budget of $6.8 million. To have at least $1 million of that or about accounted for the policing costs.
So that's a good point there, Mayor Little, but just a reminder though, these items here are capital asset replacement, whereas the policing reserve is operating reserve. So that's there are ways that we could smooth out the hit all at once, but those are two different types of reserves that we're talking about, capital versus operating, as in the case with the policing.
Mm-hmm. But it through the chair, it's still a reserve that I think that we need to pay attention to and be mindful that it will go to, in our current model, it will go to zero in 4 years.
In about
we need,
plus minus 4 years.
Yeah, we need to be mindful of that. Okay, thank you for the report.
Any other questions, committee? Councillor Gray?
Well, just to the mayor, isn't the idea with this reserve, or Mr. Czerniewski, that we're going to spend it down, and then we will have absorbed the entire police budget in our taxes at a certain point? We won't have a police reserve at a certain point.
Well,
do you think we should extend beyond the 4 years, or what were you imagining?
That's the point, is we're going to spend it beyond the 4 years. So this year, I think, Councillor Donaldson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was $250,000 that was spent in this year's budget from the reserve to the policing fund. So we didn't have to increase the taxes for that $250,000 that was transferred out. But reserves are there for a reason. They're usually not meant to be spent out. They're usually there to be replenished for either a one-time event or events over. I'm just saying that we have to be mindful that that $250,000 is not continued on in perpetuity. That will be spent out in 4 years. So what I'm saying is we should look to maybe we need to keep replenishing that over time. Unless we're taking the position that we're going to spend it out and get the money from other places.
Yeah, I think the math is such that we're going to spend that money, if it's $250,000 this year, and we've increased our tax a little bit. And next year we'll spend again from the reserve and we'll increase our tax a little bit more, and again and again. And we can go on longer than 4 years, but to a certain degree, the purpose of the reserve was to smooth the entry, and eventually it will all be paid out of taxes, not out of reserves anymore. So I think it's 4 years, it's a good number, but if it has to go longer, it would only be to smooth, but eventually it will go away.
So to that point, that was the intention when the police reserve was set up. I'm not sure, but 10 years ago now, I was anticipating that at some point Metchosin would have to pay for 70% of the policing cost. So the reserve was just to smooth out the expenses, but we're not going from 30% to 70% in 1 year, which would have been the case had there been not been a reserve to cushion that increase starting last year's. We crossed the threshold at 2022. So there definitely is an option that one of the strategies that few municipalities use is for what I call a stabilization reserve. So we do that for taxes. You can also choose to do that for policing as well. So you could replenish a little bit, but you could never replenish it all that. You have to tax the policing, but you definitely could have a strategy to cushion the increase a little bit, and by just transferring funds, therefore taxing a little more, and just put it into the reserve and cushioning it for the future years.
Councillor Gray?
I wonder if you need a motion about the second item and the recommendations. How about this transferring a safe restart COVID grant?
Yes,
Would you
please.
like me to make that motion then? I move that the December 31st, 2023 balance in the safe restart COVID-19 grant reserve be transferred to the general capital reserve. And would you advise council to do that, or can committee do it?
It'll have to be a recommendation from the committee to council.
So I recommend that council do as described.
Okay. So motion by Councillor Gray. Do I have a seconder for this?
Second.
Second by Councillor Shukin. Any other questions? Mayor Lily?
So I was just wondering on that point, what do you mean by that? The COVID-19 grant reserve has served its purpose?
Yeah, it has. So the length of the COVID grant was just for that. So it's, as the name implies, to cushion us over for all the effects from COVID. So at the end of the year, that's the end of the grant. So that motion there is for direction for staff to say whatever is left in the balance of the COVID will be transferred to the general capital reserve. And then we'll spend as council sees fit from the general capital reserve. So starting 2024, the COVID reserve will no longer exist.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll go. Mayor Lily?
Sorry. And through the chair, the amount in that COVID that's remaining
That's remaining, correct.
is how much?
Let's just look here. So under appropriate coverage.
Is that 803? Oh no, that was 20,
603.
603, 603,000. Yeah.
So then depending on, so that's keep in mind as well, that's a rough guideline, because we do, council always also have that option of taking a look at your end, whether or not you may wish to adjust that transfer amount. But assuming everything goes as planned, ends up at $603,000, then that'll get transferred to general capital, which is the first line. Right now it's sitting at $433,000 balance. So if we do transfer the $600,000, we'll be close to almost $1 million for the general capital.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Shukin?
So I did support this motion. What is interesting is if we move this amount, we do cross the threshold of having the funding to a minimal level in terms of the general capital reserve from half of that minimum level. So I do see the potential of maybe distributing some of this reserve, say Restart COVID grant, to some of the other reserves. My only concern with that is I'm good with moving it to the general capital reserve. Yeah.
May I just add one point? Just Councillor Sugar, to your point, is always, again, Council will have the option of saying you wish to move whatever amount from the general reserve to another capital reserve.
Mm-hmm.
So this is really to consolidate, saying here we moved the balance of the COVID reserve to one reserve, which is, in this case, is the general capital reserve.
Mm-hmm.
So there's flexibility.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried, thank you. And the other recommendation that the committee receive the report for information? Yes, we need to do that? Or have we just done? Okay, motion by Mayor Little, second Councillor F. Questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you very much. So page 41, staff report on the statement of financial information. Go ahead.
So this report is for the committee's information only. As a requirement, municipalities have to prepare a statement of financial information, or commonly known as SOFI, submitted to the province by June 30th annually. And it shows all the items that's included in the SOFI report. It is detailed in the report. Those are the ones that are under the bullet. Some financial statement, which is the audited financial statements. If the district gives any guarantees or indemnities, that is included as well and detailed. And of course, the schedule of remuneration expenses for both council and staff, making over $75,000. So the list is getting very long because the province has not updated that level in many, many, many years. So that's why if you wonder why the list is getting longer, because the level has remained at $75,000 for a long time. Scheduled payments to suppliers for goods and services. So it's also aggregated by the amount that's paid to suppliers. And in this case, there's in Metchosin's case, we have also a separate schedule for the wildfire deployment for our members, and then grants that we give out, and any financial information improvement as well. So this report is intended for the committee for information only. There's no action that's required.
Any questions, committee? Seeing none, may I have a motion that council receive the 2022 Statement of Financial Information?
Moved.
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor F. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tarnowski. Okay, so now the next thing on the agenda is page 79, Councillor's update. So just briefly, the Agricultural Committee, which I am the liaison for, the committee is working on planning a fall forum for sometime this fall, before Halloween, I suspect. So there's more to come on that. They're working on information for agricultural plan that is going to be at some point posted for a consultant to be hired. There's quite a bit of criteria involved with this. For those of you who have been exploring this great community of ours, every week the farmers market is a buzz of activity. So please, if you haven't already, check it out. There's all sorts of great things happening there: music, foods, various artisans, and it kind of changes through. It's a really interesting group of people and a great place to meet friends and go on your way and have a picnic even on the property. There was what we call a PAC tour, so it's the Peninsula Agricultural Association Commission, is that what it's called? Yeah, tour not too long ago, featuring 3 Metchosin farms. I had the privilege of participating in this last year out on the peninsula, which is great. It's always wonderful to see what different people, different farms have to offer the region. This time around, it was a rainy day. It's hard to believe now. It wasn't that long ago, but we visited Bilson Farm, which is based in ecotourism, so they're doing something a little bit different than others. Seedbluff Farm, which is a year-round production of produce, and Still Meadow Farm, which is they have lambs, but we were actually there the day to tour the piggery, which was quite exciting. Lots of little baby piglets running around and some very tired mamas and stuff. So at any given time, there's about 300 pigs coming and going. I'm pleased to say that my pigs are at home now with me from this particular farm. So it's so much fun to watch these creatures. West Shore Parks and Recreation had their AGM, and the board actually sat in the gallery while the mayors were invited to sit at the table for the AGM. So that was a nice shift to see the exchange. The financials for the second quarter were shared there. IACTI has met this past month to renew their terms of reference in accordance with the provincial accessibility mandate. Still working through some logistics on that. Greater Victoria Public Library, I have been appointed the vice chair of the Island Link Libraries, which consists of Alert Bay, Powell River, Salt Spring Island, and the new member is Pender Island, and Greater Victoria Public Library. I'm looking forward to it because I see these smaller communities very much resembling our small community too. So, except they have their own little library, we have the big one. So lots of sharing and different ideas. We did get an opportunity to tour the Salt Spring Island Library, and one of the unique things they had there is they had a 3D printing machine that one of the residents has donated this room of all sorts of, it's called Tab Fab. This room's called Tab Fab. I don't know exactly why, but there's really up-to-date scientific stuff that you can book a station and go in and work on some really neat stuff. So not just for kids, it's for all ages. Other things that I've been part of is I was invited as a guest to the West Shore Chamber of Commerce Vision West Shore at the Olympic View Golf Club. It was an evening of networking with other colleagues and business people, and we had a panel of the mayors, which was wonderful to watch. I have to say they all worked very collaboratively together. Each had something to forecast of what's going on in their community and visions for the future, as well as a very good dose of humor, giving each other a little bit of a jab here and there, which was lots of fun to watch. But certainly a great team of mayors. Also attended a workshop with, I believe Councillor Gray, you were there, the CRD Climate Action Budget Workshop. That was a full morning with some breakout sessions, so that was very interesting. And as many of you may know already, and if not, please look up into the sky when you leave. On the building, we have first ever historical event was raising the pride flag here in Metchosin. Lots of different attendees for that, quite a few members of the community, the RCMP, our staff. Yeah, it was a great event. Canada Day, there were a variety of activities going on. I was participating myself, actually in one at high noon. 8 years ago, I started a team called the Stellar Steppers, and we are actually a equestrian team that is like a musical ride. So we do classic dressage to music, so come out any Wednesday morning and watch us practice. It's a lot of fun. So we had a dress rehearsal. We have 3 big shows coming up this fall. One of them will be the Metchosin Community Day. You'll see at least 1, if not 2 performances on that day. And these are all Metchosin people that participate riding stirrup to stirrup with 6 to 8 horses. It can be powerful and dangerous at times, but lots of fun. And the most recent exciting thing that I participated in was the Mayor's Tea. We took it outdoors this time. We went into the pavilion and had tea and fresh drinks. Well, there was tea. I think there was water, coffee, and cake. So with that, I would like to, that's all we have for the agenda for this evening. So I'd like to call a motion to adjourn the meeting for the Finance Committee.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Mayor Little. Seconded by Councillor Shupin. All in favor? Carried. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone, and I'll call this meeting of the Community Planning Committee to order. And committee, are there, I'll start first of all with noting that there will be public participation at this meeting, and if you have a matter that you want to raise in relation to the community planning meeting, please do that when public participation is underway, and we'll ask you to keep things to 4 minutes. And so with that, committee, is there any additions to the agenda? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda? So Councillor F, seconded by Councillor Donaldson, and call the question. All in favor of this agenda? Thank you very much. So next we have no presentations, so public participation for community plan. Go ahead.
Beth Bacon, Metchosin resident, and I'm not in favor of extending the hours of the brewery. And I speak as the landlord, which I think I am. I don't want a drinking establishment in a municipal building. And I think somehow this operation got in as the thin edge of the wedge, because that's not what we thought we were getting. We thought we were getting the microbrewery with some sampling. And now it's turning into a drinking establishment of all hours, and I'm sorry, I don't like that, and I wish to be recognized as an affected person, because what happens in my village core affects me, and I don't want even to be responsible for the drinking and driving. We'd be having people coming from elsewhere and drinking and driving, and that's not what we want in the old school building, and it's not compatible. It's not compatible with the neighborhood, and that's compatible with the other tenants. And it's not what they applied for as tenants. This is way beyond what we anticipated. So I think the easiest thing to do is not to drag this out and just say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Anyone else for public participation? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll keep moving on now. Committee, we next come to the adoption of the minutes from the June 12th meeting. So can I have a motion to adopt the minutes, or otherwise a comment? So moved by Councillor Donaldson. The seconder, Mayor Little. Any comments? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of adoption of the minutes? That's carried. Next we go to receipt of the minutes. So the Bufferland Working Group of June 6, 2023. And I think this was the third or fourth meeting of the Bylaw Working Group, and it's notable because we got down to business in terms of identifying options that we would assess. We did have a meeting just on January 11th where we did work through some of this, and there will be another meeting on the 26th of July. So we are working toward reporting back to council by October. So, hearing no comments, Mayor Little.
No, I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I'm really pleased to see how well this working group has worked, and you really taxed them. They've been doing a lot of work, and they're very serious, and there's some great input. So thanks very much to both of you.
Great. Yeah, and Councillor Donaldson is the vice chair of the working group. So, Councillor Gray.
And just to mention, we've heard the new initiative of the Metchosin Foundation, the Bilston Corridor project, and I think that's important context now for the group, and I'm sure people are aware of it, but just to be sure that everybody's mixing and talking about some of the things that would be helpful. I
think there is a mix of awareness with that, but it's something to raise at the next meeting for sure. So, thank you. Great. Can I have a motion to adopt? Or to receive these minutes? So, moved by Councillor Donaldson. Councillor. Oh, Mayor Little. Thank you. And I'm betting there's no further discussion, so I'll call the question. Thank you very much. Those are received. The Parks and Trails Advisory Select Committee meeting of June 20th, 2023. And I will have more to say about this in my councillor's update, quite a bit more actually. Any comments on the minutes as they stand right now? There's a lot here, and again, I will cover some of this in more detail. But hearing none, if I could have a motion to receive.
Motion to receive.
Councillor Gray and Councillor Epp. Gray to Councillor Gray making the motion, Councillor Epp seconding, and call the question. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay. So next we have two recommendations that have come from PTAS, or the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee, and I'll make these motions if I could. So the first is the memorial bench application that is for Duke Road. I've been to the site. It is, and I'm sorry, I think there's a name for this particular home. It's in front of the big white home, the Gone with the Wind type home with the columns. So it seems like a solid location for a bench. So, and the motion is that council approve the proposed location for the memorial bench. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. The recommendation is, and I'm going to read it out here, and I'd like a first and a seconder if I could. So that the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee believes that this would be an appropriate memorial bench dedication, and that Fire Chief Dunlop and Public Works are to be informed per the instructions on the application form. Clarity is required as to who follows up on this request, Public Works, and does BC Transit need to be consulted?
Excuse me, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just about to turn to you. Yes.
So the recommendation is that that council approve the proposed location for a memorial bench pending approval by staff and consultation with BC Transit. The excerpt below that was pulled out of the PTAS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your timely intervention. Okay. Can I have a recommendation, or could someone move this or otherwise discuss it? So, Councillor Donaldson. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Donaldson has made the motion that council approve the proposed location for memorial bench pending approval by staff and consultation with BC Transit. Seconded by Councillor Epp. Any discussion?
So this is in front of Shirley Wild's place?
I think so. Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
The only comment I have, and BC Transit will talk to it, but I think it's a great idea having a place to sit there and a memorial bench at that. But one of the things that plagues bus riders is the rain. And, at some point we should look at bus shelters too.
Yes. Yeah. Great. Thanks very much. And with that, any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay, there's also a recommendation to have a look at our Parks Donation Program guidelines. And so if I could have somebody either make this motion or raise any questions you might have about this. The request for the guidelines is to look at both the nature of them, that there's some very specific costs that are put into the guidelines, and the general discussion with PTASK is those should just need to reflect market rate, and they're very specific costs from at least, I think it's 4 to 5 years ago. So, yeah. Any interest in making a motion along this line? Councillor Green.
I'll make a motion that council refer the Parks Donation Program guidelines to staff and to the Parks and Trails Advisory Select Committee for review and updating as to locations and costs for park benches and picnic tables.
So moved by Councillor Gray.
I'll second.
Second from Councillor Donaldson. Any further discussion?
So I just say I think it's very nice to have these around the community, and I think they're appreciated by people, and it's a nice way to memorialize individuals. I did have a question. Is it a single source contract that we mentioned here?
There is one individual who is named in this, and again, the relevance of that person in terms of plaques and whatnot is that needs to be looked at again as well. So. Well,
there's superb structures, so I much appreciate them.
Great.
Just a comment, the PTAS, Parks and Trails Advisory Select Committee, are the ones that do the installation, so they do a lot of work alongside when parks are inserted into the community, so kudos to them for all the work that they do with site preparation and installation at no cost to the municipality except for the materials.
Great point. Councillor Jones?
Yeah, I just had another question. It's something that has come up before. It wasn't my idea, but I have heard about it in this room and in other communities of other ideas for memorials, like planting a tree or something like that. Not that we're out of, we're talking about finding designated places that could be for benches, and there's lots of options for that. But certainly think something else that might be a little less expensive too for some people.
Yeah.
But I'd like for council at some point in the future to maybe explore that a bit more. But if and to hear what PTASK has to say about that as well. It's a good idea.
Now I should mention that this has come up with PTASK.
Oh, okay.
And there was discussion about so there's room for some benches, but not so much within the parks and even the statutory rights of way. So this is a unique opportunity for a bus stop, and there's more opportunities out there. But in terms of benches for the actual parks, we're kind of running out of space. Someone had proposed one for Blaney Park, and there really isn't room for one there, I would surmise. But the other idea of a tree or some type of stand or structure, that might be something to look at. So.
Well, and we do have the two big municipal fields here that it'd be nice to have a bench, different spots.
Okay, good point. I think that's something probably we might take up next year, because it was discussed it was discussed, and there wasn't really an appetite at the time to dig into it, but I think it's something to look at next year. So.
It would be great if you bring it up with the Parks and Trails. They are aware of it, but also, so there is 2 memorial benches at Blaney Trails, so there's no room for another one. But there was the owner of one of the benches wanted to contribute some money for a memorial tree. So that would be something that could be within Parks and Trails. And I think that's a great idea. Benches are expensive, but trees are less so.
Yeah, I think it would be good to broaden the conversation a little more.
Mhm.
And yeah, and realistically, I think the time frame is probably next year. But yeah. Okay, hearing no further discussion, call the question. All in favor? Great, thank you very much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the staff report on the liquor license request and the request to extend the liquor license hours from Mile Zero Brewery. And we have a report before us from the planner. And thank you very much. I was going to turn to you, Councillor Gray. So.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Councillor Shukin. So at the last meeting that we held on this topic, the issue of a perceived conflict of interest that I might have on the issue was raised because of my involvement in the Metchosin Community Hall. So as we discussed that night, I sought the advice of a solicitor, and I've reorganized my affairs with the Metchosin Community Hall Society, so I have no conflict of interest addressing issues as a member of council with regard to Mile Zero Brewing. This has been confirmed by our solicitor. Moreover, I do not have a conflict of interest in these matters because of my son's new ownership role with the Metchosin Cafe. This has also been confirmed by our solicitor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Okay, and I am going to proceed on that basis then. So, okay, so we have a report before us from the...
So I was just wondering, can you just clarify that? I see some queries in the audience. Just clarify, so you didn't have a conflict of interest, or you did have a conflict of interest, but you've resigned or something, and if you could clarify it for all of us, that'd be great.
I remain as a trustee of the Metchosin Hall, so I'm an owner of the community hall, but I've resigned from the Metchosin Hall Society.
Okay, and another question, if you don't mind, through the chair. Aren't all Metchosin residents owners of that? Wasn't that bequeathed to the people of Metchosin in perpetuity, or is it specific owners?
The owners of the community hall at the moment are myself and Jim Russell. We're two trustees who hold the hall on behalf of the community.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I am going to proceed on that basis then. So, okay, so again, we have a report from our planner, and again, it addresses the request by Mile Zero Brewing to have their liquor license out, the liquor license hours extended from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. The current license allows for service from, and on a Monday to Thursday basis, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., Friday, 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 11 to 8 p.m. So when this was first addressed in May, Council asked for clarification on several matters, and I just want to review this really quickly. So there were several questions that were asked of the planner. So one of the questions was whether rejecting the application ends the entire process. Rejecting the application in terms of how Council might vote, and the answer is yes. So the Liquor and Cannabis Board will not proceed if the municipality has rejected the application. So then we asked about special event liquor licenses. And the key thing in relation to this particular application is that if there is a request to hold a special event within the time frame covered by the liquor license hours, no special event permit is needed if that event stays from 11 to 11. Okay. So again, we go back to the matter before us now. And so the question is twofold. Do we wish to be directly involved in the community input process regarding this liquor license amendment? If not, are we okay with leaving that process up to the Liquor and Cannabis Board? Or is there a strong enough opposition to the hours request, the extension request, that we want to reject it and stop the process at this stage? So sorry, there's three elements here. Be directly involved, turn things over to the Liquor and Cannabis Board, or if there's strong enough opposition, reject it outright. So I will open the floor to questions and thoughts from the committee. Thank you, Councillor.
So go ahead. Well, I know we discussed this at length last time, but it was interesting in this report to see the number of places that have the licensed service hours and liquor licenses and their respective hours, which are all more generous than what so far we have allowed Mile Zero Brewing to do. I think I think that it's been a real asset to the community. When you see people there, there's families there, there's couples there stopping by, and it just has such a nice feel about it. I really believe that we should support them, at least allow them to have something equal to the other places and organizations in the community that have similar, or that with similar hours to what they are requesting.
Thank you, Councillor. Committee, one thing I will draw your attention to is there are 3 options beginning on page 23 and 24. Again, option 1 is to provide comment on the application, and gather residents' views. So that's get directly involved in the application. The second option is to opt out of the public input process and turn that over to liquor and cannabis, and the third is to reject the application. So I have a comment myself, but if I would like to hear from the rest of the committee. Councillor Donaldson.
Sure. Well, option 3 doesn't work for me at this point in time. I don't want to see it rejected. Having said that, I don't want to see another government agency making a decision either. So I would like to actually move on option 1 so that we still have an ability to participate in this, hear from our residents. We have heard a lot from our residents, and we did a year ago when this came to council. I'm not sure why it's come back to us, but I don't want to totally dismiss it. I want to have that open and transparent dialogue with our community. So I would be supporting option 1 if that's where this committee is going towards.
Great. So there is a motion on the table. And we're now looking for a seconder for that motion for further discussion. So Councillor and Councillor Donaldson, any further comments before?
No, I'd like to hear what others have to say,
Okay.
please. Thanks.
Councillor, did you any?
I did have something to say, but it's completely flown.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll come back to me at some point tomorrow.
So just going back through option 1, it is provide comment on the application and gather residents' views. So this would also involve mailing a letter directly to property owners within 150 meters and requesting input. It says by June 10th, but we will have to look at that and give fair notification that this is an old report, obviously. And then also, it does involve any additional advertising methods to advise affected residents of this input opportunity. So that could be a notice in the Gazette. I'm wondering if it could also just be a notice on the website as well. So, but any further comments on this, Marilyn?
Well, at the last meeting, I was more interested in option 1, but seeing what the capacity that we have at the municipal hall, I'm more actually in favor of opting out and allowing the local or the liquor control board to do their due diligence and gather input from the community, and that would be their responsibility. It would be on their dime, and they would have to do the advertisements and everything. And so we've got so much on the plate, and we are at maximum with our staff, plus we're down 1 staff member. I'm sort of leaning towards that at the moment. And also I agree that number 3 wasn't on my radar.
Thanks very much. Councillor Gray.
There's not a motion on the table yet, is there?
There is, yeah. It was Councillor Donaldson
Yeah.
made a motion, and then it was seconded by Councillor
And what's the motion?
It is to go with option number 1, as in provide comment on the application, as in the district and council will do that, and then gather residents' views on the impacts of the license amendment.
Right. I fear I'm going to vote against the motion. I favor the mayor's suggestion that we opt out and go with the Liquor Control Board. The reason for that is that the district previously tried option 1 and failed. It's a complicated process, and it's not easy to pull it off. It's close enough to the requirements of the liquor board. And I think to be fair to the owners of Mile Zero, it might be nice just to get the job done. And the liquor board knows how to do it. They're all set up to do it and all that kind of thing. I've taken a position opposed to, to reject the notion previously, but in fact, when I look this over and the time, thanks for the time that we had to review it again, I see that the existing hours that the previous council approved were actually more restrictive than members of the community had recommended at the time. People had said, hey, we don't want a lounge here, but given that there was going to be a lounge, people said, well, it's reasonable that it be open until 9 o'clock at night. And what I've heard from the proponents in terms of the documents here, and I think spoken several times, was that their interest is to have regular hours that would be open until 9 o'clock at night. That is matching the closure of the village center of the other facilities there. What I heard from the community was the issue of having something going on that didn't, the only thing we had in the village center was a place to buy alcohol, and that wasn't favored by anybody that I spoke to. So the idea that the closing hours that the proponents are interested in holding match closing the rest of the village center makes sense to me at this point. There's talk about having occasional events like birthday parties that might go a little bit later. I'm assuming those wouldn't be constant, but the idea that they would happen from time to time. I think we've seen the owners are responsible in their running of the facility. I remain concerned, though, and I guess one of my biggest concerns is the liability that the community faces. I don't mean the liability of being hurt in an accident, which is always there, but rather the liability that we carry on the financial side of things. But hearing the notion that the owners are interested in sticking within sort of the hours that I've talked about, that seems reasonable to me. And I guess the only thing that I'd like to pin on my rejection of this particular motion is that I'd be prepared to make a motion to opt out of the comment in order that we get the liquor board to do it if we defeat the motion in the first instance. And then I want to go on to say that I think we really do need to listening to what Bev Bacon spoke from the audience, we need to write up a municipal alcohol policy so that we actually have some guidance about what happens with alcohol on the property that we own, the facilities that we own. It's not a particularly onerous task. It's recommended by both the Ministry of Health and the ministry responsible for regulation of alcohol and cannabis in the province, and wildly successful in Ontario. And we have a large number of places, jurisdictions in BC who have these policies in place now, and it helps us address the liability question and provide some guidance to the owners in terms of expectations. So either way, I'll push for a municipal alcohol policy in the end because I think we need one. We don't want to, I think I'm open to having alcohol being served on our properties, but I think it should be done by policy. And if people are interested in pushing it to a liquor board, then that would be great.
Okay, Councillor.
I actually prefer Mayor Little's succession as well, to take option 2. So in that case, I would vote against this motion if we could continue with the next one.
Okay. No, sounds good. And I'm gonna. I won't support this motion either. I think we've, for 2 reasons, I think we've talked a lot about this, even in this latest last year, early as last year, and I think it would be good in terms of the capacity with the district to turn this over to liquor and cannabis as well. So I'm going to vote against this, but I would be happy to put forward a motion to go with option 2.
Yeah, if through the chair, if I could just say to Councillor Donaldson, did you have any reservations regarding forwarding this to the Liquor Control Board? Was there something outstanding that that we should discuss here?
No, I just thought I always like to keep things more local because I value what we do in our community. But I hadn't taken into account that we are down one staff. That does definitely make, that is logistical for sure, or something to consider. I can definitely withdraw the motion. I mean, the second was already.
It's already on the table, so
Yeah,
we'll
we've had
need
a second
to.
there. So I think we have to go through with the vote.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Any further comments? And we'll call the question.
So the other comment that I have is everybody understands that we will not be able to provide comment as a local government. That is the caveat, and I suspect that's what you were getting at is with, if we go with the option 2, we do not get to comment. So we can't be half in, half out, right? So we won't be able to provide comment. The Liquor Control Board will gather their own public input.
Okay.
I don't know what that would look like, but I trust that they know, and they've done this many times before.
Including the last year when they were soliciting input for the, and we had that big lovely sign in front, so everyone sort of knew what was going on. Okay, so with that, I'll call the question on the motion on the table. So all in favor? None in favor, all opposed. Okay, the motion is defeated, and that was unanimous as well. So could I have a second motion as well from somebody? And Councillor.
Okay, I will move option 2, which is to provide, find option 2. Just to opt out of the public input process. That would be no comment from the local government, and therefore the LCRB will be responsible to gather public input.
And a seconder. So Councillor Donaldson has seconded. Now discussion. And thanks very much. You know, the one thing just overall I want to say is I just didn't believe that there was any rationale for an outright rejection. So I think this is the best way to proceed right now. So, okay, Mary Lou.
Yeah, and thanks for giving us that time to really go back and think about it and ask questions. And I've been into the brewery 3 times, not to drink, but just to observe. And thanks for that grace.
Great, thank you. Okay, and I'll now call the question. All in favor? Thank you very much. That is carried. So, next go to 7B, which is authorization for a non-farm use application to proceed. And as we have heard over the last few weeks, that non-farm use application is for this amazing fire tower that we've had received from the District of Saanich, free of cost. We just have to pay for the transportation and, of course, the installation. So on page 32, we have a number of options. First of which is to authorize the application to proceed to the ALC with a recommendation for approval and associated comments with no comments or recommendations. No comments, recommendation or comments. The second one is do not authorize the application to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission. I have a hard time thinking that we're not going to proceed with going to the Agricultural Land Commission and requesting the non-farm use. Any further discussion or comment in terms of moving ahead with this issue? Councillor Craig.
Just in terms of the maps, I don't see the location of the tower on the maps itself. So looking at the photograph on page 40, if I turn back to the map, it looks like what we're talking about is immediately behind the on page 35, the upper left-hand corner of the school. And I just wanted to make sure that I got that right. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think I'm pretty clear where this is.
The reason I ask is some of it looks like it's got concrete on it already, and so it may not be that the concrete pad is, well, perhaps it all needs to be replaced with a new pad, I don't know. Right.
Okay. So when I look at the options here, thanks for the clarifying where this is going. Now, when I look at the options here, I think that what we're looking at is option 1A, again, based on the discussion and the level of interest. And so it's resolved to authorize the application to proceed with a recommendation for approval and associated comments. And again, I think our comments would be along the lines of the small space, the fact that it's near a building, the public good that will come of this, and again, the general opportunity. So, Councillor.
Okay, I move option 1, which is to resolve to authorize the application to proceed to Agricultural Land Commission with the recommendation for approval and any associated comments.
Okay. Second from Councillor Donaldson. Any discussion? Mary.
Just a point that we would have to pay the 750 application fee as well.
Okay. I'm thinking that I'm just wondering if that's a second motion. I mean, we've got a seconded motion right now, so I think we have to go through with the approval and then.
Nope. I think that would be 1A or 1B, 1C.
Yeah. Can I, Ms. Tarnowski, is there anything we need to do special with the application fee in terms of a motion?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Great. Okay. So Councillor Epp has moved option 1A. Councillor Donaldson has seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Okay, finally we get to the councillor's update. The Bufferland Working Group, I believe we've now met 4 times, and as I mentioned at the July 11th meeting, we began the interesting work of looking at a range of options, and we generated something in the order of 22, 24 options. And there were some, and again, part of the process is getting 9 people together and putting our heads together, and there's some interesting things that come up. One of the ideas put forward is to consider looking at the north lobe and the south lobe of the buffer differently, whether different levels of conservation, different levels of park use. The committee itself had mixed views on that, but it was an interesting idea that I don't think people fully sort of appreciated before. One of the things that we'll look at for the next meeting is a vision statement that covers what we believe the buffer land could be in the future. And we began to see that that's increasingly important as we begin to hone in on what the options might be. So one of the interesting things that has come up is that there was an observation that the park designation in the land use bylaw is really lacking in terms of what one might consider parkland to be. And so, for example, if you go to option 70, it's section 72 of the land use bylaw, it talks about park and open space, or P3, and this is like the highest parkland designation in the land use bylaw. Talks about the minimum area for subdivision, minimum highway frontage. The permitted uses describe accessory buildings, civic use, dwelling unit, and then finally there's park, and that's all it says about park use. There's one dwelling unit permitted on it, permitted on a park space, and then it goes on to talk about the front yard, the side yard, and permitted uses. So there's really not much there in terms of what you might expect from especially a community that prides itself on its green space. So one of the ideas, of course, that came out of the public input session is to rezone or consider rezoning the bufferland to park. And I wouldn't doubt if the working group comes back with some recommendations on what a new designation might look like. So, okay. Yeah, please.
Can I just ask about that? I mean, I get the point that the park designation in the land use bylaw is not particularly descriptive, But wouldn't there be an advantage to moving now and zoning this over to park to deal with moving it out of residential opportunities? We've got this pressure from the province at the moment. I feel like the community has spoken already to say they want this to be preserved, i.e. not residential. So I'm just anxious that between now and December, say, we take a lot of time to talk. I'm not complaining, I'm just concerned about a lot of time talking and even devising a new definition of park and all that might involve. Whereas we could move quickly, rezone this, and then at least that piece of property is off the agenda to some degree. Now, the senior level government can always move in and undo that, but maybe it's worth saying it's not my idea, but a few people have talked to me about it saying, my gosh, I'm really worried about this. What about doing something faster? So I'm just asking again, and maybe the buffer group needs to wrestle with it. But I'm trying to say, I get yours, going in looking really careful at the buffer, but if people back out a little bit and look at a bigger picture, maybe they're going to say, let's rezone this now.
Yeah. That's a great point, and it absolutely has crossed my mind, and I suspect it's crossed the mind of others on the committee as well. And the interesting thing is, I suspect it's not a slow process to rezone to park, and I'm trying to think if there's a corresponding OCP change. I think it's worth raising at the next meeting, and even having a further discussion with our planner and our interim CAO as well. But
I'd appreciate that. I mean, just to get a feeling just a bit anxious about it, I would like to move it along. Not that we couldn't then rezone it to a new park designation that we come up with that makes more sense or is better suited and all of that. Just a preemptive move. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's a great comment. So, the next meeting of the buffer group is on Wednesday, July 26th. Everyone's invited to attend. And I just have to say the 9 members of the group have been working with just huge level of professionalism and objectivity and creativity as well. So, great. Just the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee met on June 20th, and I'll just review a few highlights. So we had several members, residents from the Albert Head area attend the meeting, and they're interested in looking at not so much rejuvenating, but adding some more energy to the parks and green space within their neighborhood. And they have worked toward doing a residence group, and they invited us on a local tour of the area. So that was Aaron Ronsey and Madeline Hemstad. We met on June 28th, 8 days after the meeting, walked around the area and saw a number of opportunities for some growth and some improvements in the park. And most exciting is that these residents with others seem to be committed for the long term to expanding and enhancing the area. So it's exciting, and we're going to likely hear from these residents in the future with some ideas. So, provided an update on the Weir Beach Trail restoration project. And again, as we've heard a few weeks ago, the repairs are to be aligned with this is a natural trail, budget of about $15,000, and we'll look at accessing labor from William Head, Public Works, PTASC, and hopefully even the area neighbors as well. So. The PTASC has been pretty busy with visiting various sites which are the subject of subdivisions, and there's 3 parcels in particular: Sea Spray Drive, which is 3 lots, Section 40, which is in the Neil Road area, that has promise for some interesting trails and interesting subdivision as well, and then of course the Beckingham Road property. So recommendations from PTASC have been filed, and I believe NIASC has also done the same thing. So, and just as mentioned earlier, we have recommended to staff look at the park donation program. We're working actively on that memorial bench as well. And one thing I did want to mention, we did hear from a resident at our last meeting about safety concerns with Sea Bluff Trail, and that's coming off the trail. Just as you head down the treat area, there's a bush basically that hides the exit point or the entrance point, and the resident nearby was concerned that child or somebody might run out. It's a bit of a blind spot. So I've talked to our interim CAO about this, and we'll see about getting some signage put there. So one other thing I should mention that Ryan Carter, the newly appointed Trails Coordinator, continues to integrate with the group, and he's a great asset to the team. So great. Councillor Donaldson.
Just two things. One, I'm thinking it's a typo at the very top of the page where in brackets it says 26 lot amenity zone. I think the last it was 24.
Thank you very much.
And the other thing I wanted to say is I took my own clippers out with me the other day in the lower, well, I always get the lower and upper trail, but the lower trail after you leave the loop in Metchosin Park, because there's always branches that smack me in the face. I'm quite high off the ground. So anyways, we did well at doing that, but then once I got into Elmer Man, I was pleasantly surprised that some fairy angels and whatever the trails came by and had already trimmed all the shallel. So I did send a note off to the PTAS chair, who has then since sent it forward. So there's some great stewardship happening out in the trails out there. So very pleased to, I will continue doing the 5 feet and higher that I can reach, but certainly some nice, there are lots of growth this spring, so the shallels are very, very healthy, as are the ferns in the park. So thank you for repeat task.
Great. I'll pass it on to them.
And the local neighbors too.
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Curry, did you? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That is the agenda for community planning.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Anyone second? Mayor Little, and all in favor? Thank you very much. That's the community planning.
Great. Are you going to talk about this conference today? Oh, it was. Okay, well, that's fine. You go ahead. This one. I'll put in both of us doing it. That's good though. Yeah.
Okay, welcome to the Public Works and Protective Services Committee meeting of July 17th. Do we have any changes or additions to the agenda? Someone move approval, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Any public participation for this committee?
Beth Bacon, Metchosin resident. I read the letter of somebody suggesting we have stronger alternatives to open burning, and I feel that way too. I don't want to do open burning, but it should be nice to have. And FireSmart does have a chipper, and they're doing some chipping in neighborhoods through pods. But if we could go more towards composting and chipping and get rid of open burning, that would be a boon to the environment and a boon to our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're getting off pretty lately tonight. Okay, now to the minutes of June 12th. Motion to adopt, please. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Thank you. And the receipt of the Healthy Community Advisory Select Committee meeting of June 20th.
Councillor, I just want to point out one typo.
Okay.
There's Councillor Shelley Bork right at the very beginning. It just should be Public Communities 7, and it's just got Councillor beside her. Yeah.
Right.
But with that amendment, I'll move receipt.
Thank you. All right. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Right, the business of rising also comes from the Healthy Community Committee. It's going to be quite a fun committee. I think this year is a lot of interesting ideas and enthusiasm. So it's I think going to be great, and I have it back after quite a hiatus. So anyway, one of the things that have come up is this poverty reduction action plan. And there's a lot of things in the community they wanted to look at. I mean, obviously housing is kind of front and center these days for all our communities, but they were looking at things that, that might work in Metchosin, or just sort of a Metchosin slant on that kind of thing. And also about poverty reduction is that, there's, it's not just kind of the homeless on the streets, although we do certainly have homeless people in Metchosin, but it's also the residents here that are, sort of land rich, but some people tend to be struggling. And with the help of the fire chief, who has identified some of these people and other families that need help. So, it's just something that thought that they would form a subcommittee to sort of look into some of these things. And we're looking for the council support on this, a couple of these options, but this plan for sure, the poverty reduction action plan. So any comments from anyone? Mary Little?
No, I was just going to move the motion if you wanted me to do that.
Great, that's great.
Yeah, so that council authorized the Healthy Communities Advisory Select Committee to work in conjunction with the fire chief to identify issues and gather information towards the development of a local poverty reduction plan for the CEPF Poverty Reduction Planning Grant to support people in the community living in poverty.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder for that? Moved by Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Any discussion? Right.
Yeah, I'm particularly pleased to see this. I went to more doors than anybody during the last election, and I saw some really abysmal places where people were living, and I was worried about them not necessarily for the September, October months, but definitely for the November, December, January months. And I had communicated certain addresses to the fire chief to saying, this is really of concern, and she had mentioned to me that there's a lot more than I was aware of. So I'm really happy to see this at the Healthy Communities. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? All right. Said. Call the question. So all in favor? Great. That's great. Thank you. Now the next one is health and safety training, and again this kind of came through the fire chief, just talking about the overdose crisis and mental health issues, and they have many of their calls now for the fire department are on mental health issues and overdoses. So and obviously medical calls otherwise. So. But the idea was that we would work with her to develop a series of classes or programs or certifications. You can get a mental health certification and learn how to use naloxone kits and so on, but put something like that on for the community. So that's kind of the next plan. So any comments from the committee on this one, Mayor? So, Councillor Gray.
I'll make a motion that Council authorize the Healthy Community Advisory Committee to work in conjunction with the Fire Chief to hold public education and training sessions to increase health and safety in the community, i.e. administering naloxone workshop and perhaps other events.
Great. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Any more discussion?
Well, just say I think the training for this is quite simple and it could possibly save lives.
Yeah, I think it's something we should all be aware and know how to use. Anyone else? Mm-hmm. All right. So call question, all in favor? Great, thank you. All right, so on to my councillor's update. I just did want to mention that we don't have our usual report from the fire chief, as she is currently up in Burns Lake, where she is a staging manager up there, so doing her usual great job of organization. So she is hoping to be home soon. She did send a text to us saying that she was available if anyone has any questions for her. So in Public Works, they have been, just all their usual jobs, but the big thing is they're going to be starting and they have started getting going up that crosswalk at Hans Holgson School. So it's going to be after many, 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 many years of people lobbying for that crosswalk. It's going to be quite exciting to see it actually getting set up for the new school year. The roadside trails, I don't know if anyone has noticed around their place, but the one I use tends to come along Rocky Point Road, and a couple of weeks ago I rode my bike on there and just about got taken out by a branch. And then further along I got a piece of blackberry thorn stuck in my foot as I was trying to pedal away. Anyhow, they have completely cleared that up, and it looks so impressive now to go along there. So they do such a great job. With MACA, I think people can sort of look at that. They've had some great events going on, including the Festivus, which was another popular gathering for Canada Day. They did want me to make mention of, they have been raising some money, and one thing they have done is they have donated $1,000 toward the recent Changemakers Gathering Festival, which was quite, I didn't get to go to that, but I understand that it was a really great event. The Arts Commission has awarded their project grants for this April, came out in April, and 2 Metchosin groups were recipients. One was William Head on Stage, which has got a production going again for this year, which I think is going to be this year anyway, which should be interesting to go to as usual. It's called Departure Points. This is an original dramatic comedy based around the idea of overhearing conversations in a cafe. So we'll see how that one turns out. The other one was they got $12,000, and $2,075 went to the West Shore Community Concert Band to support a series of concerts for young musicians in the community. Other than that, I think I did make a mention of the Early Ford V8 Club, the Fords and Friends show that took place on Sunday. I dropped by near the end of it. I spoke to a couple of the RCMP officers that were on site and asked them if there were any issues or problems, and they said it was just a great event. They had heard no problems whatsoever. They said they got just so many positive comments from the event, and especially people saying that they love being able to come to Metchosin, take in the car show, go to the brewery, go to the farmers market, and just and the art gallery, and just kind of take in the whole day in Metchosin, and they were really happy with the event. I also spoke to the organizer, to Bruce Summers, and he was tired, mind you, as he was loading up stuff, but he had about 175 cars, which were just beautiful. And and really there was no problem. One thing the RCMP did mention that might help, just traffic-wise, would be to have another exit out of the field, right near the tennis court there, to go out that driveway. So that would be convenient. But otherwise, I don't know. I haven't. If anyone has heard of anything, but I haven't heard of any problems. So it was quite exciting to see the event taking place.
Councillor,
Yes.
I was at the event as well, and I thought it was incredibly well organized especially from the point of view of the people who had vintage cars there. There were, I don't think I've ever seen as many cars in Metchosin, vintage or otherwise. And there was a time, I think, just around noon, where the traffic was, there was so much. But interestingly, it was moving slowly and under control. People were moving back and forth. It seemed to be manageable. And as I mentioned to you before, there's a meeting of the Municipal Grounds Group on the 25th, I think, 27th, next week. And so one of the topics is that we're going to talk about how it went and how it felt for people. So yeah, it'd be wonderful if you were able to attend as well.
Yes, I will come to that. Yeah. The RCMP officers did mention, they just said it was a lot of traffic, a lot of people, but they seemed quite happy with it all. Since, as you said, I think people were very careful. They just were going really slowly, which was kind of nice to see going through downtown Metchosin. Anyway, the last thing I have on my agenda is correspondence from David Kirkham. He was talking about how he really would like to see open burning banned for the entire year in Metchosin for the air quality and also that possibly we could increase, if we did that, to increase roadside pickup and chipping program. Then that, I will ask call for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Thank you.
Yeah, that is what I meant to say. Yeah, it was just so much traffic, but moving like in an orderly manner. There was no issues with it really. So, yeah. Yeah. No, I jotted down a few notes in terms of some things I saw. Like, I think Shelley was there early and put pylons, and people took the opportunity to park between the pylons.
I do want to see if we could use that fund to put bollards on the along the trail on the side of by Roddy Rimmer's. I'd like to see no traffic right there.
Maybe we'll start up. I'll call to order the Monday, July 17, 2023 Environment and Natural Areas Committee. And I want to start by acknowledging that we're meeting tonight on the traditional lands of the Coast Salish people, and in particular our near neighbors, the Shannon First Nation. So I have an agenda prepared, but we have one pink to add to that, correspondence from Bev Bacon. So if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda with that addition, I would take that. Thank you, Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried, thank you. So in the presentation tonight, any public participation? Would anybody like to say anything this evening? Alison Leduc. Introduce yourself.
Darian Place, and I'm the president of the Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association tonight. As some of you know, Ron Toley, who is a rivers biologist with the Provincial Ministry of Waterland and Resources Stewardship, was in the Bilston Watershed July 5 to do a fish survey and genetic sampling of the coastal cutthroat trout that reside in the watershed. So the genetic testing will determine whether the cutthroat trout in Bilston are a genetically unique subspecies, and the results should be available soon, and we'll let you know. But what I'm talking about tonight is that Ron also measured water flows at 3 sites in the watershed, and we've now been advised that stream flow measurements are exceptionally low for this time of year, and that Metchosin Creek had the lowest flow. And that is deeply concerning because we found the most young cutthroat trout in that creek, in that area of the creek, because it was sort of, I think because they're sort of concentrated, the pools are into a pool because other parts are drying up already. And so this was a site that was, the Metchosin Creek survey site is to the south of Neald Road and downstream of the bufferlands. So Ron is also a member of the Provincial Technical Drought Working Group, which provides drought level updates for the province. And of course, Vancouver Island is now officially in drought level 5. And that's extremely early for Vancouver Island to be in a drought level 5 condition. So the findings have underlined our concerns about low water flow and survival of the cutthroat trout. And it has come to the point in the past where fish have died because there's not enough water in the creek. It's not just the trout, by the way. We did also find species like red-legged frogs, which are listed, stickleback crayfish. And so it is very concerning because we're at the beginning of the summer, we potentially have months of drought ahead of us. So I did email you links to, you won't have had time to see them, to the BC Drought Information Portal, the Drought Levels Map, the West Coast Stream Watch map showing southern Vancouver Island, and a link to the BC Drought and Water Scarcity Response Plan, which was updated by the province in April of 2023, which indicates that provincial action may be available to identify streams and aquatic ecosystems of concern and to calculate the critical environmental flow thresholds for those streams, and that the province may thereafter ensure that the critical environmental flow threshold is maintained through regulatory action under the Water Sustainability Act. So I would like to ask the District of Metchosin for two things tonight. And well, first of all, to explore all available options that, you know, these aren't the only two options probably, but the first one would be that the District of Metchosin request urgent provincial action to identify streams and aquatic ecosystems of concern in the Bilston watershed and calculate the critical environmental flow thresholds for those streams, and that the province thereafter ensure that the critical environmental flow threshold is maintained for all of the streams in the watershed. And secondly, that the district place a notice on the homepage of the district's website to underline the dire situation in our creeks and ask people to help monitor water levels to protect habitat for fish and other species that depend on the streams in Metchosin. And if that notice, if you agree that that notice can be placed on the district's homepage, I hope that it will be appropriate for council members who use Facebook to help make the situation known through Facebook posts. I can tell you that the provincial biologist was so concerned about the situation that he actually recommended that we go door to door and tell people that have, especially the people that have the creek in their backyard, creeks in the backyard, please not to take any more water out of the creek. Not everybody has a not everybody that takes water out of the creek has a license, and so he's just saying, well, if they have an option to use city water, please ask them to use city water and not take any more water out of the creeks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Gray, I'm wondering,
Any questions?
not yet, but I'm wondering if we could discuss this under other business. And the discussion might be around connecting with the province to, you know, identify that Metchosin and Bilston Creek are areas of concern. And it would be great to get from Ms. Leduc, like, the wording that we need to talk about, for example, critical flow thresholds and other actions that might be taken.
Sure, I'm open to adjusting the agenda for that if the rest of the committee's open to that.
Mm-hmm.
Very good, so we'll cover that under other items on the agenda. And I think the...
Piece of paper too.
Pardon?
Ask Alison the Duke if she could give you the information that she read out there, so you could have it.
She sent an email earlier today.
Oh, she did.
So I sent
Okay.
that information.
Thank you.
But I don't want to take any paper at the table, given our past experience with that. I can highlight it when we get to the topic. I've got some notes here. Thank you. Any other people like to say anything during public participation? See no one? We'll carry on with the agenda. The next item is adoption of the minutes. Our minutes of June 12, 2023. Did someone move adoption of those minutes?
So,
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. The next item would be receipt of minutes from the Environment Advisory Committee. Let me ask, the minutes that we have tonight are from June 27, 2023.
Move receipt.
Thank you. I just, seconder for that?
second.
I just see a typo. I think it's okay if we just carry on. It's on page 10, but you'll see mention an aquatic invasive species at B on page 10. Black knapweed at Tower Point, funded by CRD Olympic View and Duke Road, Cliff Drive. That's just been taken and a cut and paste, I think, from a different place. So we'll just delete that. Any further discussion?
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
May I Little?
Yeah, I was just going to note on page 9, the Bufferland Stormwater Management Planning, it notes that Nicole Shukin has presented Trails and Swales concept to the Buffer Working Group, and then to Mayor Little, Councillor Shukin and Donaldson, and the interim CAO. as well. The engineer was invited to that, but he couldn't make it. But that was also the interim CAO was there as well.
Thank you.
Well, a question around bullfrogs. This is on page 10.
Yeah.
And on the broader question of bullfrogs, do you know if there's been any work? And you may not this, but question in bullfrog eradication.
Right. So what's happened is I think we've now reported, I will say 3 sightings, 3 hearings.
Okay.
People have heard bullfrogs in three separate locations, and we reported those to the contractor, Stan Orchard.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to reach him by phone, but haven't been successful in doing that, but we are passing on the information. I'll be able to update you later in the week when I get in touch with him. I don't know if anybody in the office has heard, Ms. Hanson, do you know if anybody's spoken to Mr. Orchard?
I haven't heard from anybody.
Okay.
Staff yet.
I'll follow up. The interest in following up is several-fold. One is to be sure that he's on it. One of the questions that's come up apparently for the contract, we do have a standing arrangement, but it all depends on the number of people that he's been able to hire and the number of boats that he's got and the situation that we've got here as compared to the other districts and how many reportings they have. So I just want to tee up and be sure that our reports are actually going somewhere.
Great.
It was mentioned here in the minutes, though, around the Federal Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Fund. And the idea that what we discussed about was whether or not we could speak to Mr. Orchard about expanding this program for a future year, or talk to, another idea was to talk to Bilston Creek Watershed Habitat Protection Association about Japanese knotweed. So we started off with the Bilston Creek group, and we're just waiting to hear back whether we can, there might be something we can do there. And we'll fall back to the bullfrogs if not. Any other questions about the minutes from the ask? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is my councillor's update, and I too want to just say a word about the Friends of Early Fords. I thought it was a great event, lots of fun. Imagine the amount of work that went into the cars that we saw out there that day, absolutely tremendous. So it was kind of fun celebrating those old vehicles with so many people. And so congratulations to Bruce Summers, who organized the event, and our staff, Ms. Czernowski, for her role in organizing, and also Councillor Shupin and Councillor Zepp. So I had a few things to talk about today. One was the first item was Transport Canada's scheduling of tanker traffic. So we have now communicated a number of times. You'll see in the agenda it's kind of heavily focused on oil spills and bitumen in the water, if you will. And so some time back, the committee, MEASC, had talked about, well, we've written the provincial minister, we've written Trans Mountain, and what we're telling them is, would they please go to the federal minister and have some discussion at the federal level at Transport Canada, who control the timing of tankers on our waters. And what we've noticed is that, and everybody's aware of this because of the letters that we've already mailed, we're aware that there is a significant amount of time, about 40% of the time, that the spill response teams are not able to get out onto the water because of the environmental conditions. And the restriction on them going on the water is from the Minister of Transport. Now they're not allowed to go out because of the danger, that the water is dangerous during those times. But those are likely the times when tankers are going to run into troubles as well, we surmise. So the idea that MEASC is putting forward to our committee tonight is that we would send a letter which is very similar to the letter that we sent to Minister Heyman a while back, but lays out to Minister of Transport Omar Alghabra the situation that we're facing, and ask if he wouldn't turn his attention to the question. So that's the issue there. I wonder if anybody would be interested in moving the motion that you see before us. That the Environment Committee recommend that Council send the proposed correspondence to the Federal Minister of Transport with copies of the Provincial Minister of the Environment. So keeping the Minister of Environment locally up to date, but saying that we're going to talk to the one who's in charge of the movement of these boats.
Yeah, I just wondered, this is kind of like saying that we don't want them in our waters when it's storming, but where exactly are they going to go? I mean, we know the tankers are coming, and so you know, and obviously we'd rather not have them in our waters, and if they can't respond to a spill response. But you know, it's a little bit of not in my backyard, if you're saying that, because they have to go somewhere. And I know the letter doesn't say anything about the timing to get into Vancouver, which we have talked about. So I guess I don't want to sort of say, well, we don't want them, but they can have them over there. And you know what I mean?
Right. It's not so much the point. I mean, we've made these points already to the provincial government. We're being asked to respond. We're being asked about the risks. We're being told that there's a problem, and they're saying, "What do you guys think about it?" So we can either say, "Well, we don't think much about it," or we don't respond. But in this instance, the idea is to get clear. I take your point, but the notion here would be, if we're going to have a big storm or the weather, we can't get our spill response people out. The tankers just hang back. They'll come through the next day. I'm not imagining that they'd be stopped for long periods of time here, but just sorting out when they would come. That's the notion. The problem's there. That I think is not deniable. The question, and we're being asked for advice. So I expect next month we'll be asked again about a different part about these things. So that's just the level that we're at, really.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking that the wind has been over that threshold pretty much every day for the last 2 months, it seems like.
So in the month of July, last year, it would be 11 days of July, not 30 days of July. In the 24-hour period.
Last year.
Last year, yeah. Things will keep changing. Very little.
Yeah, so this letter is addressing the tanker traffic, not necessarily the tankers parked outside our coast. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So this that is a concern. Of course, that remains one of our concerns, and I think Councillor Epp is bringing that to the forefront. That we are still concerned about the tanker traffic that is parked outside ours, outside Esquimalt, because we had said that there's other things that they could do with the Port of Vancouver so that there's not so many delays with tankers having to park outside our waters, Esquimalt, out by Galliano, Ladysmith. I mean, it's all connected. But this letter here is traffic coming back and forth with,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the ships that are parked, or that are moored, rather, off of Metchosin and Colwood, those tend to be bulk carriers. Now, in the recent week, you've seen container ship there, but the container ships, that's because there was a strike in the port, is my understanding. Typically, the bulk carriers are the ones that are stopping here, the tankers are traveling through. But I think as the port for the Trans Mountain Pipeline goes into service, there's going to be an increase in that traffic of tankers themselves coming and going. So this is dealing with that tanker traffic issue.
Thank you.
So, thank you for this, and I want to pass on thanks to MIASC, because they've helped me understand this issue much more than I was aware of. Even just a few months ago. I think this letter, there's sort of an interesting attitude it comes with that. I don't know how to describe it. But I'm sensing that the last paragraph in the second, or third last paragraph on the second page, where, as a consequence of these circumstances, we seek agreement of Transport Canada that the tankers don't enter nearby oceans when such conditions exist or predicted during the time of transit. As you point out, that's a lot of the time, and I have a feeling that request is going to seem wholly unreasonable given the amount of traffic. What I might propose is striking that particular paragraph, but modifying the one that comes after it to actually just ask how they are planning to mitigate spill risks during times when the wind speed or currents don't allow for the organized spill response. I actually think that might yield something more of a productive response and possibly an opportunity for further dialogue. I just, my own sense is that paragraph at the top of the page especially because we sent this letter again, is going to seem, boy, I wish I had a better word, not so disingenuous, but kind of unrealistic in our expectations. But the information that's provided in the letter is really solid. And I think asking the simple question about, again, mitigation plans around that is legitimate and actually might be more powerful than, making a suggestion that they just might not be anywhere realistic. So that would be my proposal. The one other thing I might ask, and I might ask this again, is Mayor Little's views on this, because these are typically go under her signature. So, yeah.
I have a question. Have you considered that the tankers are running here empty?
Pardon me, Bruce?
Why would you worry about them coming empty?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, just to come back then, Councillor Schuman, the question, so this letter's already gone to the province saying, would you please tell Minister Alcabra that we're seeking that they not travel through in this way, not into the ocean when such conditions exist or predicted. So we've already asked the provincial government to push that forward for us. And you're suggesting that rather than us going directly, we say something a little different, which is fair enough. Do you want to make a motion in that regard? I'm really the desires of the committee particularly. My own view, I share the view of MEASC, which is now that I've been in, I never expected to be immersed in the question of oil spills, but now I have been, and I'm going, holy crow, this is a very bad situation for us. Mm-hmm. If we have an oil spill on this coast in Metchosin, if you go down to Whitty's Beach and just hang out there for a little bit, or happen to visit Weirs Beach, which a lot of people have been talking about lately in terms of access in there, if that gets hit with an oil spill, well, we'll be evacuating first. Things will really go badly. It's not a great situation. So I'm wanting to stand up for the circumstance that we're potentially facing here and say, hey, this is not a good idea. But I'm one vote on the council, and I'm open to what people are thinking about. I think it's, as I say, never expected to be in a position of taking such a look at oil spills. Not a good situation at all. Some of our people on MEASC have actually attended oil spills in the oil spill response. Not diluted bitumen, much more dangerous substance, I understand, than regular oil, but there you go. So what's the wish of the committee? Mayor Little?
So on that particular, thank you for the letter. On that particular, I sort of agree. Asking them for something that we suspect they're not going to agree to, I don't want the whole letter to be dismissed because of that one paragraph. So I would be in favor as well. It's not a big sticking point for me, but I would be in favor of the addition that Councillor Schuman said before. But otherwise, I agree. It's pretty scary if we think about what could happen, and it's great to be prepared and to have that insurance. That's what we're seeking.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Well, I would move that the letter be sent with a modification, striking that fourth from the end paragraph, but modifying the third last paragraph to phrase it as a question in terms of questions about mitigation plans in terms of spill risk during times of wind speeds occurrence that don't allow for the organized spill response.
Thank you. And seconded by Mayor Little. Any further discussion? I think I'll explain this to the committee as we've talked about that I don't know entirely your feelings about it, but that the particular statement here is a request that is not likely to be followed, and so therefore make a different request.
I would say the thought comes to me now that I don't think it will be taken at all seriously. However, again, a basic question around that follows up the sharp facts that are provided. I think that's something that does need to be taken seriously. So,
thank you. I appreciate that. So any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you kindly. The next report, you remember I came to the committee at our last meeting to say that we didn't have a lot of expertise, and me asked to look at the question of the health, human risk effects of a spill. And I want to say thank you to Councillor Shukin to put me on to Dr. Valerie Jaeger is a member of our community. Dr. Jaeger is an MD, PhD in pharmacology and toxicology, and holds her master's in public health. And she took a look at the report that we had and very enthusiastically got to work on it. So Dr. Jaeger's been responsible in the past for fossil fuel spills in the Great Lakes when she was the medical health officer for Niagara. And my understanding is that she did halt the traffic on the Great Lakes as a result of a big spill that occurred there because of the difficulty with the spill and the danger that it held for the people in the area, particularly the drinking water. At any rate, she worked on this letter for us, and then he asked me to look at some recommendations to put forward, and there you have it. The one thing that I think may not be clear to the reader of the letter at the moment is in the recommendations, number 2, COPC is used, and what that is, contaminants of potential concern, so we'd write that out properly. So the notion that the letter explains to you is that the work that's been done here describes bitumen spill as sort of a downplays the seriousness of the question, when in fact over 50% of the population, if the data is to be accepted, would suffer with eye irritation, possibly not being able to see, followed by nausea. This would be a major public health event in Vancouver, and the system would be quickly overwhelmed by the number of people seeking care. In Metchosin, it would mean different things. We have a much smaller population, but a very dangerous circumstance for most of us, or most a dangerous circumstance. And so this is really a comment on what we received and the human health risk efforts that were put in. The suggestion here is that we not write back to Trans Mountain, but in fact direct our correspondence to the minister who's responsible. And that's Mr. George Heyman, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. And that we would ask several things. The first one we've already asked him before, but is that comment about slow these tankers down when they're coming into our waters. The second is that we need to be ready for contaminants of potential concern, including having eye wash stations and air quality monitoring units set up in our community. And then further that there be some stockpiling of personal protective equipment and spill response equipment here in the community. We're working on a land-based shoreline plan, or at least our chief is, and the council of course has looked at that and approved the idea. That's coming. But we would seek some provincial help with that, and then further developing community-wide evacuation plans. So thanks for the advice to going and finding an expert to help us, and this is the community expert's response that the MEAS group also favored and thought was worth putting forward.
Councillor Gray. From the time you asked Dr. Yager to do this to when she delivered her report, how long did she take?
I think 2 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to get the zip file. It's a very large file. It ended up that I brought it over on a drive.
Yeah. No, she's got wonderful background to look into this. Yeah. Can I make a suggestion? If I were, well, it's kind of a little different because Mary Little is a scientist in her own right. If this was me, I don't think I could put this down as a letter under my name. But I might send a letter with this as feedback or input, and have it maybe refashioned as a report. And the letter is just simply that this is a report that one of our community members who was tasked with this from our environmental subcommittee had done. So yeah, it's, there's a lot of work and insight in here, and yeah, go better.
Mayor Little?
Yeah, thank you for the letter, and also thanks to Dr. Yeager for the report. What I was thinking along the same lines as you actually is asking her. I'm sure that staff would give us direction. I was going to ask her to co-sign the letter because this is from the district, and you're right. Usually scientists don't take kindly information from another scientist without co-authorships, and that made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. And so I was trying to grapple with that, and maybe if we could have her co-sign. Could I get direction from our Deputy Corporate Officer? What do you think to this idea? Did you want to discuss this?
It would still be coming from the district though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I can't give any advice on that.
Okay.
I could just offer that Dr. Yeager's worked a lot in government circles, so she's quite used to the idea of both things, preparing letters that are signed by others who are in positions of authority, but also I'm sure she'd be pleased to sign it with you as well. But the issue would be that her signature block would describe her role, and then it would be clear that way.
Yeah.
I could certainly reach out and ask her, and if that was pleasing to the committee.
Yeah, so we could leave that option open to the chair,
absolutely.
and we could have discussions with the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding this as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks for that point. The one paragraph that I thought was a little bit inflammatory was the subsistence food is necessary for life. I know she's stating the obvious there, but I'm wondering if the federal government would take issue with us commenting on our lack of moral compass. I'm just wondering if that will that stop them from reading at that point?
Yeah.
Do you think? I'm just asking for your advice.
Yeah, I think it's okay. This is to the Minister of the provincial government. So unlike the previous letter, which is, I understand the sensitivities there to the federal government who are in charge. This instead is the minister who's looking at it going, I don't support this project in the first place, the province doesn't. I'm interested in knowing, about the impacts on our group here, so it gives him some language that he can use in other arguments, or the government can. But that's my take, but I'm perhaps more concerned about this in the sense of the medical side of it all. It's very worrisome when you think of the medical aspect to it. And the subsistence food is a language that was used in the report. So that's, I think, what she's trying to say is, you're telling us about subsistence food problems. Well, let me tell you, subsistence food is key for groups.
And how it's defined.
Yeah.
Okay. And George is spelled wrong.
Well, thank you for that. It's important. So if you'd be comfortable with sending that, then we could get that organized. Well, actually, it goes to council, and later what we would. So I would suggest we do that with a double signature block, and as one of the option.
So do you want a motion on this then? Or?
I think that would be good too, that council would, the motions to council. That the Environment Committee recommend that council send the proposed correspondence as amended to the BC Minister of Environment.
Okay, got I don't have it written here, so to send the recommendation as
Council send the proposed correspondence as amended to the BC
proposed
Minister.
correspondence as amended to the Ministry of Environment.
So,
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just want to point out to the committee that we are in recommendation 1 saying what we said we wouldn't say in the previous letter to the federal government. So we're saying this to the province and hoping they take action. I think this is okay, but just in case anybody hasn't notice that we're in recommendation 1. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Those are good suggestions, and also in the previous, I appreciate that. So the next piece of correspondence again from me asks, so we received, again, another fairly large report to look at from Trans Mountain again, and this one's about environmental assessment certificate 39. It's called Existing Shoreline Condition Report. So what had happened is that they had prepared a report. I think they picked, I believe it was 5 locations on the coast, so not the whole coast, just 5 locations, and one of them is just off of Race Rocks here. And so we got the request saying, well, what do you think about the Race Rocks circumstance? And so a lot of this effort, in fact, grand majority of this effort is worked on by Gary Fletcher, who's the chair of MEASC at the moment. And what he was able to do was so they prepared a report on the conditions. So what exists there, what doesn't exist, what's the zoning? They wanted a lot of different questions about the land there, but the animals there, the flora and fauna. And they were missing a lot of information. So, but the request was, could you please add any information you have that would make our report stronger? In other words, we'd like to get everything we possibly can, all the life forms, everything we need to know about this piece of property that may face an oil spill. There's an overarching question, well, wait a minute, what if the spill happens down the road a little bit? Or not the road, down the street a little bit. But their question was specifically about this area here. So Gary's gone into all his records, and he went back looking through the National Land Board submissions that a variety of people have made, including himself and others. And so we have all this information to provide. So this is simply saying, hey, I missed these ones, or this is more information which you can put into your report. I think the idea, although I'm not certain of this, is that if there's an oil spill, much of this will be destroyed, but we'd at least have a record of what was there before. But I don't think it has other importance other than cataloging what's there. But hopefully there would never be a spill, but that's the issue there. This one's late. We just weren't able to, in the time frame, get the job done. So I'm hoping that later at council tonight, if we approve it here, we just send it on and get it into their hands. The idea being that even though it's late, the information is rich and valuable and would help make the report more full than it is today, or more complete. So I'd take a motion to send this forward, or comments or concerns. Mary Little?
I think everybody's getting tired to move this along. So I think this is a great letter, and the committee would like to thank Gary Fletcher for his years of work, but also for pulling out all of this. I didn't see the link to his website on here, which would be a really great addition. And if I could also recommend we not only send the letter, but send the letter by email to expedite it, but it would also include all the links, which would make it easy for the authors to click on the links and then go to these pages. He spent a considerable amount of time archiving this over the last 20 years or 25 years, but also in pulling this out. So thank you to him for that.
Perfect. I'll certainly pass that on, and we'll take that as a motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Donaldson. Yeah, I think Gary's involved in the Race Rocks website as well as the Eco Reserves website. So those are part of his contributions. They've linked back to his website in various places.
Another comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and so we're dealing with the EAC, not EAO. So in your report, you referred to the Environmental Assessment Office, but this is the condition from the committee.
The certificate, yeah.
The certificate, yeah. So this is, Gary's referenced it correctly here, so that's great. Yeah,
it's a bit confusing. Some are the EAO and some are the EAC. Great, okay. So, all in favor? Great, that sounds carried. And I wonder if that will not be copied to the Minister and CRD, because I think people in the CRD are interested in this topic as well. So the next item on the agenda was we'd received Mayor and Council received a letter from Town of View Royal. And the town of View Royal has gotten involved in the Sue Big Oil campaign, which has come out of the West Coast Environmental Law Group. And members of council heard this before because of
Councillor Graham, sorry, but I think there's one more to come before that. We've just dealt with item 3 and then there's item 4.
Sorry. Whoops, there it is. Let me just find my place here. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Schuchan. So I raised the question of the, that we're going to be looking at the zero carbon building code, and staff are looking at that now. And we thought we might talk about that tonight, but it turned out, just with the amount of things on the agenda and availabilities, we're going to cover that in August, hopefully in August meeting. But when we talked about it, the topic came up saying, well, wait a minute, we shouldn't be expanding any natural gas supply to new developments presently. Now, I wasn't sure how much role that the district has, but I guess it's in the negotiation subdivision, particularly where we have the potential to say that's one of the issues. We know already that the proposal at Beckingham is to go electric. There's no intention to go with greenhouse with natural gas there. The idea here would be that the Environment Committee recommended council the district not support any extension of natural gas to new developments. This isn't to stop people who are on the gas line now hooking up, or businesses that want to hook up at the moment. This is if new development comes along. And so Miask said, well, let's get that before council now. There's no need to wait. We're facing an emergency. This is a big topic. Makes sense. So it's here tonight for consideration. A few of us were, during the election, ran as climate champions, and part of our goal there was that we would do what we could to move away from fossil fuel heating in buildings and replace with clean electricity, and that's sort of along these lines.
I'd make a motion to recommend to council that the district not support any extension of natural gas supply to new developments in Metchosin, and just take a quick moment if there's a seconder to comment on that.
Second for discussion.
Thank you kindly.
The reason I would support this is, just as you say, Councillor Gray, there is an opportunity where it exists for people to hook up to existing supply. But with where we stand right now, there are other options to natural gas. Heat pumps, better insulation, better windows. There are just simply other options, and the move now is toward electrification. So when you have those other options and they're readily accessible, why not take them? So
I think it's where all the districts in the Lower Island will go shortly. Thank you. Any other comments?
Through the chair, could I ask staff, interim CAO, Ms. Tarnowski, do we have this within our powers as a municipality to do this?
I'll have to double check.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't say for certain.
I honestly don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, you have the authority, I think, when you're if there's no discussion with council on a new development, then it would be it may be different. But what we're talking about here is when we have the opportunity to limit it, we do. So we're not going to support it. That's the basic bottom line, as opposed to the other way around, which is that we not permit it. Is not supporting it when we have the opportunity to not support it.
Okay.
I do recognize I may have jumped the gun in terms of offering support with this without knowing some of the complexities around, but I am assuming, given the district's control and say over subdivisions and the nature of the utilities that go in, I'm assuming that we do have some control over that. So, yeah.
Okay.
But again, it may be worth holding off until we get further clarity. But
Will the committee?
I would like to see us wait till staff comes back with more information.
Not saying no, we're just want more information. I think that'd be good.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. I'm just looking down the end down there. I'm happy to get some more information.
No one seconded this, have they? I don't think so.
Councillor did.
Oh, she did.
But through the will of the committee, we can, if everybody's in agreement, that's okay, we can withdraw the motion
You can't withdraw it once or not.
by consensus. Yeah. If everybody's in agreement, we can.
If everybody's in agreement, you can withdraw the motion or vote on the motion.
I prefer not to vote on it because we'll bring it forward at the next meeting, and then there's all the problem of reconsideration. It's
Okay, I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
Sure, you're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great, thank you. So the last item then is, the second last item is the Sous Big Oil campaign. So we got a note from the city, the town of View Royal, who've decided to jump in on the issue of proposed class action lawsuit against the large oil and gas companies. And it's contingent on a number of districts getting together and doing this. They would need to raise about $500,000. The fee for joining is $1 per resident if a case went forward. What provides the opportunity for this case to occur is that there was, I guess you might call it a fortunate or an unfortunate situation where there was a huge data leak from a number of the big oil companies in Canada. So it's and it's basically an exposure of their campaign over many years, knowing about the risks of fossil fuels leading to climate change, and working to modify public opinion so that no action would be taken. And so the lawyers at West Coast Environmental Law, but others are quite thinking there's a good opportunity here to deal with this behavior of the large oil companies. And sort of similar, very, very similar to the tobacco legislation. It's not that we don't all use these products, but the point is we could have earlier started to make transitions away and done some other things. Now, the reason why they're asking municipal governments to be involved is because municipal governments are the ones who will end up having damages, significant damages, or that's to say costs associated with it. So you might ask, well, what cost would Metchosin have? Well, we just had $15,000 we spent on a climate plan. So there's an expenditure right away that would be nice to recoup on. But there'll be other costs as we march forward in our planning and things that we're going to need to do to deal with the climate. Big cities will have much bigger bills on this. But they've turned to municipalities because we're the ones who do a lot of the infrastructure situation. So View Royal got involved, and then they're going around asking all within the Capital Regional District if we would join in. And MEAS took a look at it and said, yep, that sounds like a reasonable thing to do, to join Mayor Tobias and council there in View Royal and commit to join if in fact a lawsuit comes together. So I'd commend that to the committee if we're interested in doing it. It really has to do with the climate emergency we're facing and then being fiscally responsible. So we have to seek revenues where we can get them. Councillor App?
Do you have an idea where the $5,000 would come from?
You mean in terms of our own budget?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we would need to budget for it. This case won't be happening this year. This is something that will be happening in a number of years from now. Yeah. So if we do this, then we put it in our budget for next year. Yes.
I want to ask the obvious question.
Certainly.
So that would be, I feel a little uncomfortable doing this, to tell you the truth, because I'm wondering if it's an initial 5,000 commitment, and then as we go through the course of would there be additional asks? If, as a resident pointed out, if we lose, what then would we be responsible for compensatory or damages to the big oil? I'm just wondering about what other fiduciary responsibilities we would have being a member of this lawsuit.
Yeah, I think the idea is the investment is limited to the dollar per person. And so the legal team that are working on it are pulling all that together so they come in on budget when it proceeds. We could have a presentation made by the West Coast Environmental Law if that would help people. That's what happened at View Royal. I knew that Councillor Donaldson was involved in discussing these things, and yourself as well in terms of the climate champion things in the election. So I wasn't sure if we needed a full-on presentation, but be happily to organize such a thing.
Well, I think that would be certainly helpful for me, knowing nothing about this and how it will proceed in the courts.
Let's do that.
Okay. Would that be okay with everybody?
That's fine with me to get more information.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not 5,000, it's 500,000, correct?
500,000 for the whole suit, like
Okay.
when everybody
Right.
jumps in who's going to get in. So nothing happens at all. There's no expenditure unless $500,000 is raised. Our population is 5,000, so I guess it's $5,076. Great. Well, I'll organize a presentation. The final note was just about invasive species removal, and just to say, so much has gone on in the last little while in terms of invasive species removal. It's really quite something. And I want to tell a little story about it, which is that I sort of thought I'd seen it all with the involvement of the Metchosin Invasive Species Group, reporting on the bullfrogs. We've dealt with the rabbits. We've had the broom bash, then Tansy ragwort going on. Well, I got a phone call from Jenny Eastman, who's a staff person to the CRD, and she told me that she'd spotted an invasive called egg leaf spurge up in Chapel Heights. But she arrived there late at night and she grabbed a picture, but it was blurry, and could I go and take a photograph and enter it into the provincial database? I thought, sure. So I went up there, and lo and behold, there it was, and I was able to get a few good pictures of the plants there. And I went on to the website and I registered, and at first I couldn't sort of get the app, but I got it on the browser. I entered the information, and it's an anonymous thing. I mean, you provide information, but you send it off. And I thought, I wonder if anybody will ever see this. Half an hour later, I get a phone call from Becky Brown in Nanaimo, involved in invasive species. She said, we will have provincial employees there this afternoon to deadhead that plant, and within a week we will come up, we'll survey the area and remove all the plants in their entirety.
Wow.
So it's like, so sometimes invasive species are dealt with at an amazing degree. So egg leaf spurge is a particularly worrisome one, and it's a plant that once it's removed, if they can remove it all, it won't spread. But it's on the high priority list. And I just learned about brooms at one level and blackberries at another level. We'll eventually get something like egg leaf spurge, and it's all bets are off. Kind of exciting. Anyway. I'll be learning more and more about invasives, I think, as time goes forward. So that's all I had for tonight. I think we don't have any other items on our agenda, except we do have, I want to recognize the correspondence from Bev Bacon. And Bev had just laid out some encouraging notes about the various items on our agenda tonight. And thanks to Council for looking through those different topics, and we'll get a bit more education on a couple of them for our next meetings. Councillor Shugan.
Sorry, I have to extend your party a little bit longer, Councillor. Right?
Certainly.
So we talked about, we've added the critical flow issue of Bilson Creek to the agenda. Yeah, so we added it to...
oh, right, excuse me.
Yeah.
Heaven's sakes.
But before that, I would like to make a motion to extend the council meeting beyond, or the committee council meeting beyond 10.
Seconded, was that?
I'll second.
So moved by Councillor Shugan, seconded by Mayor Little. All in favor? Thank you.
And that will meet no later than 1 a.m.
Okay, great. Thank you for catching me on this. So this is the concern that Alison Ludwig brought up during public participation. I think I might suggest the very minimum that we can do here is we can get this on our website, and if once that happens, if we can get picked up in some Facebook posts, that's a easy thing to do. And I think what we're really asking is people keep an eye on things, but more important than that, that they not draw water if it's possible that they not do so at this time from the creeks. So that can be done. The thing I think we might need a motion for here is to contact the Provincial Assistance Program to identify what's going on up in our creeks.
Yeah, could you read that again?
Yeah, so Alison sent a note just this afternoon, and I think later it's gone to everybody. So here are the 2 points. Number one, so she describes what she described this evening. And number one is the District of Metchosin could request urgent provincial assistance to identify streams and aquatic ecosystems of concern in the Bilston watershed and calculate the critical environment flow thresholds for the streams. And that's the information that's then been used by the province to judge what action might be taken. For example, regulatory options. Now, whether there's any on Bilston Creek, Alice and I had a chat this afternoon, we're not totally sure of that, but if there's any action that could be taken, that would be worthwhile. Now, and then she goes on, if this is a good option, we could also ask the City of Langford to issue the same request, Langford being on the Bilston Creek watershed. Now, you might think, well, what could be done? Alison points out in her note, and I'm not sure she mentioned this tonight, but that apparently in the past the province has drilled a well to augment summer stream flows in Sandhill Creek on Saanich Peninsula. So there is big action can happen. Now that may be a salmon bearing stream, I'm not sure. So with the level of intervention, there might be different. But I take the point that's being made tonight is let's contact the province and see if they've got any advice or any action they think we should take. And they might stop there, they might get involved, we'd find out.
Make that motion. Yeah, I think that's a great idea with the wording that she provided. I think that would be something that we could do. It might not be even be on their radar. So
correct.
Yeah.
I think the other. Sorry, that's a motion here and a seconder.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Shupin. Yeah, we're not sure what'll happen, but let's take the action and do that if everyone's in favor. Anything more to say about that in particular? All in favor? That motion's carried. Then the second issue would be to get it up on the website. I think we can just do that as an action. That's the pleasure of the committee. Great. Okay, well now I take a motion to adjourn. With thanks to Alison Leduc and Kim Hill, who I believe we're working on this together. Great.
So moved for adjournment.
Thank you. Thank you. Carried. I guess we have a minute or so and we'll start up the council
so
meeting.
we've got a 2-minute adjournment, and then we'll start the council meeting.
It's a strategic game we are sitting at here.
Everything tonight.
Oh, okay, that's fine. It might be not written.
Talk, sir.
Wasn't sync.
I could just do it. I mean, I went home or got off the phone going, can you highlight it? I thought, if you speak, I was going to do it right after I spoke, but I can't put it later in the agenda. She did fine. But then I forgot.
I should have brought wine in my coffee mug.
Okay, let's get this started. Thank you.
So now what I've done is just checked off, so that's good to go. Unless you want me to read it out. Number 3. Number 4. Ones with checks. And then this is Alice. Alice and Judith just slipped in there. That's the last
Okay, great. Thanks, Tina. So I've got a whole bunch of things at the end, shall recommendations, it'll be quick, but these are recommendations from Tina. So let me forget. This is at the other end at other business. So July 17th, other business, so whatever came forward from the committee meetings go to be ratified here.
Oh, okay.
So she just kept track of what the committees recommended. Okay.
Sure.
That the applicants are here for Sunita, and also to save time, it might be good if you want correspondence for information, take it all in one swoop unless there's anything that you want.
Okay.
So if there's anything you want to discuss,
Like a consent agenda?
yeah. If just receive all of it all together. And if there's anything that somebody wants to discuss, just tell them we'll pull that out and we'll make a motion to receive everything else.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Son had a car accident last night.
Had a what?
Car accident.
Oh, no.
Just a fender bender, but, oh, he's totally fine, but his car isn't, so.
Oh, that's too bad.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome to the council meeting of July 17th. Thank you to Councillor Donaldson for doing the territorial acknowledgement at the beginning of the evening. We have an agenda before us. With that, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved.
Moved by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Presentations. We don't have any. Public participation. If you have anything to say, you've got 4 minutes. If you could identify yourself with your name and your street.
Patty Whitehouse, Rocky Point Road. I understand that you will be considering the recommendations from the various committees tonight, and with respect to the recommendation from Public Works regarding health and safety training for the community, to work in conjunction with the fire chief to hold public education and training sessions to increase health and safety in the community. As it's worded, the public education and training sessions are limited to administering a naloxone workshop, and I suggest that there are many other public education and training sessions that could be offered to increase the health and safety in the community. So I suggest changing the IE, which means that is, and restricts it to that, what's in there, to EG, for example. Correct language counts.
Thank you.
So I might just say the motion I think I added and other events to deal with that.
But you still need to be correct, you still need to change it from IE to EG.
Good. Can you note that when we do it? Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
Thank you, Jenny Carlin, Cliff Drive. I'm here to say basically thank you. We all see members of council spending most of your time wrestling with problems in planning and public works and parks and environment and money. But over the last few weeks I've had the benefit of a different function of council's community leaders reaching out to a constituent in distress and giving them comfort and support. And I really appreciate that. We obviously got a lot of it from the rest of the community, but it had a big impact that you did that, and it had a big impact on my two sons. Firstly, especially the hurt in their hearts over the loss of their mother, but also give them some hope that there was a place that their father could survive after they had left him. I want to, there were a lot of individuals I remember all the time, but there are three people in your organisation that I want to mention particularly. The first is the fire chief, who was the first up the drive in response to my call for help. And after we lost Nadine, she was the first to offer all kinds of help to try and set up something to commemorate her. I really appreciate that. Secondly, Councillor Gray just went out of his way when we found that we needed a larger place, and he just really worked with my son to make the hall available. And one result of that is that we installed internet into the community hall now, and my son's picking up the tab for the rest of the year, so that hopefully other people can use that in the way we used it to make for a spectacular event. So thank you very much, Councillor Gray. And the other one I'd like to mention is your CAO. At the time of my wife's death, I probably only met Sue Lynn 6 or 7 times, enough to get to know her a little bit, but certainly not enough to form any kind of friendship. And yet she not only reached out to give her friendship and support to me, but she turned up one day with an enormous amount of delicious homemade food that kept me and my son fed for about 3 days, and he eats a lot. So that was, and she turned up at the event and gave us support. And I mention that because it's a very special quality to be able to be touched by and go out and touch someone in the community in the way she did. And it's a quality that isn't mentioned on resumes or job descriptions or performance reviews. And it's a very precious quality, and one, especially in a small community like Metchosin, I think should be prized. So I'll remember a lot of what's happened in the last 6 weeks, but that's one of the things I'll remember. So I just wanted to say thank you to you all. You're very kind and very helpful, and it's been very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak tonight? If not, we'll carry on. Thank you for that. Moving to the adoption of minutes on page 5 of the council agenda. I'll take a motion to adopt the council meeting of June 19th.
So
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving to the special council meeting of June 29th. Entertain adoption of this. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Schuken. Discussion, comments? Not. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to my mayor's report. I've got 4 pages there. I'm not going to go through everything. I just wanted to note that we had an event today at the West Shore RCMP. I was joined by Councillor Eck and Donaldson and Councillor Schuken at this media event. This is an announcement that people in mental health or substance use crisis will have additional support and experts, as a new mobile integrated response team are coming to 9 different communities, including ours. This mobile integrated crisis response, or MICR, so we'll have to have another acronym here. MICR team has been awarded, or is going to be moved out to different communities such as the West Shore. There's also known as the CAR program. You remember Nanaimo was talking about this. So that our elect MLA Ravi Parmar made the announcement that $350,000 will be spent on the West Shore on this MICR team. This is a collaborative effort that will provide funding for clinicians from Island Health to partner with the RCMP team with specific focus to help people in crisis with the appropriate experience. So I think this is really wonderful. It's a pilot project. We'll see how it goes. They're going to be collecting metrics. But I just wanted to say thanks to you for spending your time to support the RCMP. It made a lot of difference to them. And we asked them to come to our events and support us, and it was great that you showed up. So thank you very much for that. What's not on my mayor's report as well, I had a situational update regarding wildfires and droughts on July 13th. The Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness spoke. Her name's Bowen Ma. She spoke about the current wildfire situation and the drought conditions across the province. She mentioned, along with her ministry representatives, about this situational update. According to the report, the river forecast from the River Forecast Center, 4 out of 34 water basins are now at drought 5, level 5, and 18 are at level 4. The provincial scale goes from 0 to 5. That means over 2/3 of our water basins are at level 4 and 5, and we're anticipating very serious drought season that will require action from everybody. And so, due to the severity of the situation, Minister Ma is encouraging communities to escalate water use restrictions across the province, and that's likely to be more restrictions coming our way. We have noted that within the CRD, we are in a very good situation, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't conserve. So I would recommend, based on the hydrologist Jonathan Boyd's report, that the average rainfall over the past year is between 40 to 85% what it has been in the past. It would be great and prudent for us to conserve. And also on the wildfire front, Minister Ma and her colleagues pointed out that there's been many aggressive fires to date. We're going from conditions where people are actually starting the fires to lightning being the major cause of fires in the province. So the good news, if there is good news, is that they have up to 1,700 people on the ground, including our fire chief, working towards the wildfires, and they've also been able to import national and international support. So as of Friday, there was 1,064 fires this year, 358 active fires, and 22 fires within the last 24 hours. So that would have been July 12th to 13th. So no beach fires and no campfires allowed in our district, and please be prudent. Another thing that I wanted to note, that given our council agenda tonight, you'll all notice that we used a lot of paper. I'm hoping, and I've talked to staff about moving to a paperless format. Hopefully we'll get that going in the fall when we get all of your iPads so that we can move to an electronic agenda system. As well, this past weekend was the unfortunate anniversary of Martin Payne's death. This was a direct result of the prisoners escaping from the William Head institution. 3 weeks ago, I met with Norman Huey, the committee action, or the Community Action Committee chair at William Head, to discuss my involvement with that committee. And I met with the warden, Trent Mitchell, and the acting warden, Robert Clark, this last week regarding that, in terms of continuing our communications with the communications back and forth within the district and the William Head. And I also communicated with the lawyers for the family to once again express our condolences, and that that Martin Payne is not forgotten in our community. So those are three things that weren't on my mayor's update. But of those on the mayor's update, we had written a letter to the province regarding funding for the mobile youth services team. $130,000 was granted for that position for the next year. I've already asked, could this be continued funding? So thank you for your advocacy on that. I did go to a conference on the toxic drug supply in Vancouver. Councillor Donaldson, Epp, and I attended the mini conference in Victoria here. This was an extension of that. I was asked to sit on a panel, and I wasn't sure why I was asked, except for they wanted to know at the municipal level what we could do. I had talked earlier to the fire chief about the naloxone kits, and that's a great place to start. I've committed to help with the education and the discussion with writing a letter, writing an article for the Metchosin News or the Goldstream Gazette. And then I've got all these connections now with the island health teams as well. So I think we should continue those conversations because the statistics are pretty worrying. There has been a change of command at the Canadian Forces Base, so we want to thank Captain Hutchinson for his service to date, and welcome Captain Whiteside. I went to that event. It was quite ceremonial and wonderful to attend. We had a visit from the children from a school in the Northwest Territories, from Sigachik, is how you pronounce that. That was really interesting. You can read about it in my mayor's update. Councillor Donaldson also mentioned we've raised the Pride flag. I attended the Pride Parade in Victoria. I was on the float for the City of Victoria, which was really fun. It was a really uplifting day. Absolutely no incidences, a joyful, inclusive occasion I was happy to be a part of. One of the things that we should do as a council is we should recognize our volunteers. And you'll notice from our budget talks in the spring that we have a line item of $700 devoted to volunteer appreciation. One of the ideas when we had the mayor's tea the other day in the in the pavilion, was that this is not used very much. It's going to be repainted this year, but it would be great if we could use it. And I thought, and I was musing with another member of the public, what if we have a concert series next year instead of one event for volunteers, which in the past have been controversial because some volunteers have been left out, some were upset that they weren't able to attend or whatever. So I was thinking maybe next year we could spend that money towards a series of concerts. So that's an idea that we could have throughout the summer months in July and August, maybe 4. And we could start out this year with one concert in August. Since we haven't done a lot of planning, but I think we could reach out to Helen Davies and other musicians in the community. I think it would be a grand gesture for volunteers, and I was going to punt that out to the council members and see what you think. Are you still with me at 10:20 at night? Okay, Councillor
I
Donaldson.
think it would be fun. It might be a little bit rushed, but could be impromptu. We've got a lot of talent in the community. You know, we could even do talent in Metchosin, but you know, we've got the West Shore Concert Band people. We've got oodles of musicians. We see them at the farmers market. We've just mentioned one as well, so could be a lot of fun. And have
People could
like
bring
a picnic. You know.
Bring their blankets, bring their pickets, their kids, not their dogs.
I do know that Helen is involved. She's doing the music at the Metchosin community event in September. So I agree. I think it might be a little tight on time to try to get something together for August, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea. It's about whether we can put together a good event in a short time. But yeah, happy to support where I can. But
Okay.
Alternatively, we could do it at the Mayor's Tea and just have
yeah,
a fun musical time there to start off with. So.
We could. We've got a Mayor's Tea in August. We could do it then with some music if you would prefer. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally into the supporting the volunteers and volunteer recognition. I'm looking forward to Metchosin Day, and we'll recognize individuals who volunteered in the community. You know, we cut our funding in Public Works to support our volunteer groups. So actions speak louder than words sometimes. I like the idea of doing something for volunteers. I'd be a bit concerned, are we asking volunteers to organize this event? I'm not sure about given the staff to do this right now, given the lower staff level. We will be recognizing volunteers at the, as I say, at Metchosin Day. I guess that's what I'm just thinking about. This stopped at 2019 because of COVID, I expect. Is that what?
No, actually, it I don't know why it stopped. We had an opportunity in 2021 to do it, but it was contentious in the past, and I think that's why it didn't move forward. As I understand, the chairs or the presidents of the volunteers were invited to events, but the volunteers weren't invited, and sometimes they were invited, and so I thought rather than just one event where some people would not be able to attend, it's always the case, why not have a series of concerts? And I wasn't thinking that staff time would be available. I have time between 2 and 6 in the morning that I would put towards this myself for the August event, and then we could figure out what to do for next year. It is not to be organized by the volunteers because that's who we're recognizing.
Great. And then is the ideas of council, or we want the community to come to recognize the volunteers, or what was I just not clear about the?
Yeah, it's
what you want to do.
It's the community. We're putting on an event for all the volunteers to come with their families and their picnics. It's just to recognize and to provide yet another community event.
Right. Well, I think I will support it if you're organizing it. That's super. I'm just concerned about staff time, and given we've got a volunteer recognition coming up, I think doing something else would be fun.
Okay, so seeing no other comments, I'll take a motion to approve that. So are we approving next year's too, or you want to talk about next year's? Maybe part of our strategic planning, or I think we should recognize them and have an event where they're not organizing it. I think that would be great.
There's something, nothing succeeds like success, so why don't you hold the one for this year, and if it works well and it's easy to organize. I mean, there's all of the issues that we talked about with the
Ford and Friends?
Yeah, Ford and Friends, there's bathrooms, there's food, I guess, there's music and organizing this sound and all that. But if you're able to do that, I think great. But I want to do one and see what it's like and then commit further.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do the loos myself, so that would be we would need to rent those. And then the rubbish bins, I wouldn't be able to do that myself, so we would need to ask the municipality for that.
Marilyn, the grounds group is, as I mentioned, is meeting next week, and we have talked about volunteer recruitment. We haven't really talked about volunteer appreciation, though. It would be, I think it's a great idea to try and do the concert series, but maybe we could ask them for their ideas about recognition, especially, this tends to be of the executive of groups. So the question would be, how do we recognize your members? Or, yeah, the volunteers that work in the organization. So that's a small topic that we could throw next
Sure,
year. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and I'm all in favor if you have a vision and enthusiasm for something. Yeah, I don't want to stand in the way at all. It's I do recognize that we're limited in staff and timing, or sorry, just time ourselves. But yeah, if I can, I will help as much as I can.
Okay.
So.
Okay, and then there are lots of other events that I've attended, so you can look that up in the mayor's report. So reports for action, if we can begin on page 21, we have an application from Mr. Ruff and Miss Byatt regarding the development variance permit at 1585 Zenita Heights. This is on page 21. The recommendation is that council approve the variance permit to enable the construction of the detached suite at 1585 Zenita Heights that increases the setbacks from the principal dwelling from no more than 15 to 46.3 meters under section 2310 of the Metchosin Land Use Bylaw, Bylaw 259. Okay, so we've got this variance permit. Did you want to speak to this?
Well, Mayor Little, the one thing I did want to point out is that the applicants I see are in the audience, and it was my oversight when this came to the planning committee that I didn't allow them to address the issue at all or answer questions. So I wonder if we might correct my oversight by opening that opportunity
That would be fine. Do either or both of the applicants want to address council? This would be a time that you're most welcome. There's not that many people in the room, so you're...
I think, council, thank you for the opportunity. You've visited, you've been through the I think, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so just in case that hadn't been captured on the video, so the applicants declined our invitation with thanks, and they're happy to answer any questions, so thank you. Okay, you go ahead.
Mayor Little, thanks very much. I would just like to make a few comments. I'm wondering if council might have a discussion before any motions are made, one way or the other. And I will just open the door to this, open the door to a discussion. I did visit the property and saw where the applicants have decided to put their secondary suite. Now, I believe that the site is well chosen. I can see the rationale for wanting to put it there. I recognize that in doing so, they're avoiding destruction of areas that help define what Metchosin is or certain key points of our ecosystem, which are the rocky outcrops and the unique vegetation associated with arbutus and manzanita and all that. So I can see the rationale in terms of why they moved to or are making the application for the variance. Of course, the issue that is complicating is the distance from the primary residence, and this is why I want to ask for council's input. So I am prepared to go ahead with the recommendation, but I do recognize that this is a considerable distance from the property, and so I would like to hear what the rest of council. My mind isn't totally closed yet in terms of where I believe that the right decision should be made. So I'm curious to hear from the rest of council. Thank you.
Okay, so let's open it up. I also attended the site visit, but I'll reserve my comments to the end. Everybody attended, so go ahead, Councillor Ed.
Well, after seeing the location, I mean, it really is the only place that really makes sense to have it. And I agree, it is a considerable distance, but again, it just makes sense. And to me, the fear of having a further distance than we have set normally is because of subdivision. I think in this case, it really doesn't fit to have a subdivision line through from between the house and where the suite is going to be. I just don't see how that would work in the future if that ever came up. And I do support the request for the permit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Yes. Certainly the setbacks are extreme compared to what we have set out in our land use bylaw. Not just the distance from the house, but the setbacks from all sides of it. So that's the first one that is outstanding. I recognize the amount of work that's gone into this with hiring Correspondence to do an environmental assessment. The concern about water in our community as a whole is something we're hearing more from. I've met with a couple of residents recently in just different neighborhoods, and I know that I can't say north because it's not the right direction, but the top of Mill Road has for many, many years, decades actually, had issues with water. And I'm not sure, I know that when we did the site visit, there was underground wiring already laid, not connected, but laid. But I'm not sure where the water is coming from for this site. It was explained that there was further drilling done for the house, but only another, I think it was 200 feet more for only a gallon. So water is a concern. There is a cistern, I think, second one coming in. I don't know what the regulations are on that. If you can have a separate dwelling with no piped water and no well water, I don't know what those regulations are. That may come through the building permitting process. As far as subdivision, which it was one of those debatable concepts when we decided on having detached and attached suites in a upland zoning. There is no subdividing of 10 acres. 10 acres is the last one. So this wouldn't be a risk at all. It just wouldn't be allowed. The land use bylaw does say you can have one other dwelling, but it also says there are setbacks. So although we do allow detached and attached dwellings in all zones, not all properties are conducive to having such.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. Let's turn to the applicant. If you could address the question about water. Where is the water coming for the detached suite? If you could come to the mic, that'd be great, so we can capture it. Thank you.
So there's one well on the property, and it provides ample water for the residents and for the secondary suite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay, and the other question, you might as well stay there. When I was attending the site visit, which wasn't the site visit that council was on, but at another one, you had mentioned that the primary purpose of this was to set up an office for your partner, as well as you have a son that is a volunteer firefighter that will be using that space as well.
That's correct.
So it's not, right now, it's not a secondary home.
Absolutely not. It's for family use.
Family use. Okay. Okay, great. Is there any other questions at this moment while the applicant's standing there that you have? Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for coming tonight.
No problem.
What was the distance between the suite and the pond? It talks about a buffer in the materials, but it doesn't say how far it was. It didn't look.
It's about 15 to 20 meters.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's plenty. It is a wet depression. It's in the biology report. There's no setbacks to it, particularly other than some buffer for protection, which is all in complaints you guys have filled.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay.
So we'll just continue our discussion. No other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so anybody else have any other questions? Do you have more?
Sure, not questions, but I could comment to say that I'm going to vote in support of the variance. It seems to me that in this particular property, that this is the best, or would appear to be the best choice of location, given the environmental damage that would occur elsewhere, if it was sited elsewhere. The distance of the pond sounds appropriate, given the nature of it. I see the positive thing in this particular circumstance of firefighter housing. But in terms of subdivision, taking Councillor Donaldson's point, that subdivision is not a possibility right now, but partly that policy is in place about not having pressure for subdivision as well. Changing the zoning to suit new situations. When we went to this property and took a look at it, there seems to be very low, if not possible, subdivision in this location, given the topography of the property. And then I would finally note of the neighbors who responded, who we've received correspondence, they're all speaking in favor of the situation.
Okay, great. So if there's no other comments from the committee, I also will vote in favor of this. I was particularly impressed by Julie Budgeon and Howard Bain's environmental assessment that's on page 39 from Corvidae. And I think this is the beauty of actually seeing these sites. So we should always have a site visit so that we can say, we can see with our own eyes, and certainly with the topography that is challenging in our uplands zones, in particular this property that we're talking about, it would be challenging. As well as I would hate to see us ask them to take down any of the arbutus and the manzanita shrubs in that area. So I will vote in favor of this as well. So I would recommend this. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Right. I move council approve variance permit DBP 23-02 to enable the construction of detached suite at 1585 Zenita Heights that increases the setback from the principal dwelling from no more than 15 meters to 46.3 meters under section 2310 of the Metchosin Land Use Bylaw 1995, Bylaw 259.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Schuppen. Any more discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Donaldson opposed. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. I just wanted to make a note to the applicants. I know that you're dying for us to get to the end of the agenda with all the scintillating details, but we'll understand if you have other opportunities this evening.
Thank
So
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so moving on to item number, 8B on page 63. This is the report to council. This is from our Fire Chief Stephanie Dunlop in terms of assessments to be made for land use decisions. So this is a grant that she would like us to apply for. It should enhance our ability to make evidence-based land use planning decisions through assessments of our current community completeness, analysis and identification of strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, challenges, and potential actions that align with identified community goals. It is a little bit wide open, but I think it's well worth her time to apply for this $150,000 grant. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, so taking a look at this, I'm a bit concerned about this one. We've seen quite a few grant applications, and mostly it's please proceed. But this one's a bit different. It's talking about a complete community. Now, I think it was language similar to that that's caused such a big problem in North Saanich. you know, the idea that we'd have it'd be a complete community. We'll have shopping malls and we'll have, you know, pharmacies and doctors and whatever might come. And so there's been a big bust up, I'd say, up there about that. Now they use different language. I think it might have been, you know, whole community or whatever the language that was used there. So alarm bells are going off a little bit. Then I look at it's about, you know, considering housing needs and supplies and locations, and I'm wondering, okay, is this about densification again? The second purpose, so the first purpose I'm not too interested in. The second purpose, providing transportation options, including increased walkability, well, that would fit very nicely with funding or assisting in funding the active transportation plan that we're thinking about. So I see a big utility there. So what I'm offering is that nice opportunity, but maybe not for the complete community side of it, but for the transportation option side of it. So I would propose that we do one of two things: provide that direction generally and see what can be done, and or asking the fire chief to come back after we've had our discussion about housing at planning committee and where are we going with all that, and then we'd be able to provide some council direction about what this grant might look like. Another option would be to say go forth and multiply, but come back and see us before you submit it, so we get to see what's going in, so we're sure that it fits everything that we're interested in. So I'm a bit cautious on this one. Every other grant application I voted in favor of because they all seem great. I'm just a bit anxious here. I don't mean anxious, concerned that we head down a good direction.
Okay. Councillor Epp, and then Councillor Shugan.
Well, I know, you know, it does certainly start with housing, but there seems to be a lot of other options under this grant, and I think it's all about how you apply for it, and you have to list what you want to use it for. And I think the fact that we could use it for bike lanes or roadside trails and other things along those lines, I mean, if they don't like our application, we won't get the money. So I don't think that we have to, maybe, you know, I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem to me that we would have to make housing a focus of our application at all.
I could say on page 66, you can see that we could have it, you have to get a minimum of 3 of the 4 lenses. So daily needs, infrastructure, and transportation would work, and just leave out the housing one in terms of the work being done.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, I'm totally open to that. I just didn't want to give the fire chief direction. She'd, you know, trip in another way, and we might not be happy with it.
Yeah.
Councillor Shugan.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I had misgivings myself, much like Councillor Bray did on first reading. And I did take to heart that there's other things that we can do, transportation, daily needs, infrastructure, for example. Transportation, yeah, I mean, looking at active transportation, a plan, I think falls in with this. There is a bit of the reference to 15 to 20 minute walk. Yeah, I think that takes us somewhere where we're just not in this community, or many of us anyway. So I'm supportive of applying for the grant, but I think we should specify that the 3 lenses are those 3: daily needs, infrastructure, transportation. The one thing I do note is that the next intake is January 12th, so we have some time. So.
I do know that the fire chief wanted to speak to this, but she's been deployed. So it's a good point. Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, when I had to look through it a few times to understand, try and find out what exactly it was for. So I agree with what's been said thus far, transportation, daily needs, infrastructure, but something more definitive. So I'd just like to know what project ideas we would actually put this towards. So nice to know we've got some time for further research and discussion on that. Because it's not clear to me exactly what do we, you know, $150,000, let's have it go to something good, otherwise it's taken away from somebody else that could use it too.
Yeah, Yeah, that's a good point. So I had also focused on mainly the transportation and the infrastructure. It says within the grant we need to focus on, triangulate that, which we can do. But I also noted in talking to other mayors in the province that they have positions within their municipalities that they've funded through grants like this. And so I did look it up, and on page 68 it does talk about eligible costs for funded positions for administration costs, creating new position or adding new responsibilities for an existing position, paying for consultant and contractor costs within their honoraria for instance, when we ask, and we always do an acknowledgement now, but it would be nice if we have an event, if we could provide an honoraria to the our neighboring Shiano First Nations or Sook First Nations when they come and do drumming. So it's those kinds of things that can be built into that I was particularly interested in. And so I would actually like us to give direction to the fire chief now. I know it's not due till January. It takes a long time to write these grants, so we can work with her to suggest ideas, and to give her direction that we were interested, particularly in the infrastructure, the transportation, and what was the third one? And daily needs. We can define that how we see fit. Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, and I might just note on that same page you're referencing ineligible cost implementing recommended actions. Mm-hmm. So this is only about planning. It's not about getting shovels in the ground or whatever, and that's okay. But just that caught my eye in terms of what this is setting out a plan. So maybe I could. Sorry.
Yeah, that was confusing to me because one of the points is infrastructure. Infrastructure to me means capital projects, meaning shovels in the ground. So I think that would need to be questions need to be asked. Go ahead, Councillor Epp.
Yeah, the other thing was, speaking of that, along that line, when it talks about complete communities, it says it could be hubs that are part of a connected regional network. So what I was thinking of is be our opportunity to put some money to working with Colwood toward a bike lane or a trail from Metchosin to Colwood, which would be about the 15 or 20 minute range.
Yeah, that would be brilliant. Yeah. Okay, so with that, could I have a motion, and we could within that motion, we could provide direction to the fire chief on that. Councillor Gray.
Yes, I'll move the council support a grant application for local government complete communities funding program using the three lenses of transportation, daily needs, and infrastructure.
Okay, and we'll give direction to the fire chief after that.
That's how she get direction.
Sorry, I wonder if we could even just add to Councillor Gray's motion, pending discussion with the fire chief.
Okay.
Because I think it'd be good to have her. Yeah.
Okay. So that was moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. Any other discussion? No, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, great. Stay with me. We're making progress here. This is on page 77 of the Councillor agenda. This is another grant by way of a resolution. The fire chief is asking us to support a $25,000 grant application for asset management. The intention of this program is to assist the District of Metchosin in delivering sustainable services by extending and deepening asset management practices within our organization. I was just wondering if we could get a comment from our interim CAO if you think that this would be something that would be of value. Yes?
Yes, this absolutely would be of value. Will definitely augment my ability to develop a more in-depth plan.
Okay.
With the assistance of a consultant.
Okay, so it definitely would be of value to the district. Councillor Gray.
Yes, I'll make a motion that council support a $25,000 grant application for the local government asset management planning program grant.
This is moved by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Epp. Anybody else have any discussion? Not all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you. And item on page 89 of your council agenda, this is the note from the CRD Municipal Consent for Bylaw 45401, Water Supply Local Service Area Establishment Bylaw. And so it is needed within the confines of the bylaw for the CRD that they need to go back to the memberships, to the regional districts, to have councils consider or either consent or not consent to CRD amending the water supply local service area establishment. And this is to actively manage the forest water supply lands to mitigate climate change and reduce wildfire risk. And so they are planning to manage the forested water supply. They would like our consent to do that. Anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Gray, then Councillor Shukin.
Yeah, so this came up at the CRD Water Commission for discussion, and it was a pretty interesting moment because we were looking at we've only met, I think we'd met, maybe it was the third time we'd met, the second time, third time. And this came forward from staff. The questions that came from the members of the commission were related to the issues of forest health, resilience, management of forest fuels, wildlife habitat and biodiversity. And the question came up about kind of like, what do you mean merchantable logs? What are you cutting? How is it that the water supply is improved by cutting down the trees? And so it was explained to us that, it's referenced on page 91, in the Zimmerman versus Greater Victoria Water District decision at the Supreme Court of BC, that commercial logging is now not permitted. In other words, going in, what they were doing previously was harvesting timber for the value of the timber. The arguments were put forward, and I think we were convinced that this change needed to be made in terms of a housekeeping change. In other words, this is the kind of work that will be done in the watershed. And it was mentioned that they're talking largely about thinning of plantation trees. So what they've done is they've planted, this is not so much so if you're wondering, it's not meant to go into the old growth there and start logging there. This is thinning of plantation trees. The motion was passed and we went on to the other topics, but I feel like tonight there's an opportunity to say, yep, you absolutely get the authority to do this, but they're also inviting us to ask if we have any questions, any information. So I think it would be appropriate to give assent to this bylaw change, but then also ask in a second motion the rationale for thinning the trees in terms of forest health, forest resilience, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat. In other words, can you actually explain a bit better? It was a meeting where there was just like quick interchanges, but no real solid information. My understanding subsequent to the meeting is that it's really a debatable thing, and there needs to be more discussion about this particular aspect. There's quite a bit being revised here, as you know, or as you can see. Mm-hmm. So I'm okay with we proceed, but then I would like to ask a question of the staff to get back to us about it. I don't mean in a harsh negative way, just I think it would be helpful for us to know, seeing as we're approving it.
Okay. Yeah, I do know that the CRD is always willing to come out, and as Councillor Donaldson mentioned before the meeting, Mr. Jesney is an engineer and extraordinary experience, and I'm sure that somebody would be willing to come in and speak to those points. I didn't see where they were asking for comment, but where was that?
Top of page 92.
Okay.
The report be referred back to staff for additional information.
I think that was that was the report for the Water Commission. So you had that ability at the Water Commission to send it back to CRD staff.
I can do that now, or we can ask the question if people are interested here. Either way, I'm representing us at the water board.
Okay.
And so I see just the opportunity here is we pass the motion, and then we can ask for some additional information. I can also do that at the board. The point is, is we know that whole issue of getting something on the agenda. It's on the agenda here tonight. So we can ask if we're interested, or I can tell you that it's not clear why we're thinning these forests and that it does improve forest health or forest resilience. We weren't given any real solid information about that.
Okay.
So you can pass it, but knowing that there really isn't clear information about why we're doing that at this time.
Yeah.
With respect to Chair Gord Baird,
Yes.
I think I would rather do it at that committee level rather than have it come back to us. I think that would be respectful of his position and authority within the water supply. Okay.
Then the question is whether you want me to get that information and bring it back before you pass this.
No, I don't see that. Well, for me, anyways, that wouldn't hinge upon it, but I would like more information for sure. My decision would be hinging on that, but I guess I have some trust with the team and what they are suggesting is sound management practice. Yeah. Councillor Shukin.
Sorry, actually, Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Johnson? Okay.
Well, I was actually going to make the motion.
Okay.
Yeah. But there was more discussion.
Well, I guess the one question I would have for Councillor Gray is, was there support of the motion amongst the members?
Yes, that's how it's ended up here. I was just saying that as we went through it, everybody was asking the same questions, and we got to, well, there's not much merchantable lumber there, is it? Or timber.
Yeah.
And then, but all the questions were on the same thing, and the notion back was, it's for forest health. The question that's come up, just like in meetings here, you go away and think, well, wait a minute, what did we actually learn? Did we actually get an answer to the question? And I too respect the people that we're working with. There's a tremendous staff over there. Ann Constable's actually the charge person for this file. I think she's an excellent individual there. It's just in terms of that whole issue of governance and accountability, this question is outstanding.
The other question I would have, maybe, again, you please ask this, is when was the last time logging was done and what was the reason for it? So
yeah, the logging previously was commercial logging.
Yeah.
And that's been stopped. The Kapur lands, which are abut the CRD lands, are being actively logged today, but they're not within the watershed. So you can drive down the road and you'll see logging, like fresh logging, clear-cut logging on one side, and then on the other side is the water district. There's no clear-cut at the moment.
Okay. So did you want to move the motion?
Move that the District of Metchosin consent to the Capital Regional District adopting bylaw number 4541, Water Supply and Local Service Areas Establishment Bylaw number 1, 1997, and Amendment Bylaw number 5, 2023.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. More discussion? Not. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
So can I take the direction then from council that I'll go back to the chair of the water board with the question and see if we can get the answers for everybody? Great, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do my action item.
So, given the time and given what we have before us, I'm going to do something a little bit different with authorization from our Deputy Corporate Officer. We've got items A, B, C, and D. I'll take a motion, just like a consent agenda, to receive all of those for information, unless there's a comment from any individual member and you want one of the items pulled. So this would be the Animal Care Services Report, the Public Communications Report, the Building Inspection Report, and the West Shore Parks and Recreation BC Transit Land Acquisition Report. I will receive all of them for receive for information? If not, I will take one or the other. What say ye?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Is anybody wanting anything pulled? So we're talking about page 103 to 215. If you go back to your agenda, it might be helpful. On number 9, A to D. Everybody okay with that? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, correspondence for action on page 217. This is Marianne Alto's request. This is Marianne Alto's request for funds for the 2023 Truth and Reconciliation Day ceremonial event. The City of Victoria has allocated a financial contribution of $50,000 plus in-kind contributions. The purpose of this event is to honor and recognize survivors, celebrate Indigenous cultures, and remind a reminder of the values and the bridges that we should make towards each other. And this is, they're asking us for a donation. I did some calculations. So we have an operating budget of $6.8 million. They have an operating budget of $264 million. They have a population of 94,000. We have a population of 5,000. They have an 18.5 greater population than us. This means 2.5% in addition to their budget. With an addition to our budget, it's about $1,250. I think we have $1,000, Councillor Shukin, or so, that the interim CAO has mentioned we could put towards this. What does everybody think about this? Councillor Epp.
Well, I mean, it's certainly a worthwhile event, that's for sure. However, as we move down our agenda here, we do have a request from Beecher Bay First Nation to support their paddle to Muckleshoot. And I think, we have limited funds to donate, and I think that we should really try to keep what we have locally as much as possible. And I don't know if we were going to contribute to this Victoria event, then I would like to consult with Russ Chips or the Shawnee First Nation to see if they have any involvement in it, because we really don't know. They didn't mention, they mentioned other other nations, but they didn't say anything specific. So I'm not even sure that our group is participating, and I would rather see, if we have a choice, to see the money go to the local event.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good point. I assume that they would be involved. Anybody else want to comment?
I'll echo what Councillor Epp is saying. I think it would be wonderful if we could actually do a Truth and Reconciliation Day event here in Metchosin with the Chiana Nation. I did have some discussions with Chief Chips and Brick and Henry last year, and it very informal. But it'd be great to take that up again, and maybe even in light of the paddle event, the paddle to Muckleshoot event, we might even open that up again. So
okay,
yeah. So I would I think we should hold off on making the contribution to the event in Victoria at this time, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to help our local neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it closer to home.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councillor Gray, did you have any comments?
Well, I'm just seeing the dates here. This year will be on September 30th, so there is some time. Maybe we could make that contact with Chief Chips and find out about their involvement in this bigger thing, because I think you may be right, Mary Little, that they are involved, but I don't know that.
Okay.
And there are different purposes of these
have
two.
we got time? This is for September 30th, so we could also reach out to Chief Ron Sam as well.
Sponsorship cutoff September 8th.
September 8th, okay. Okay, so within, so we'll have direction for, did you want to reach out, Councillor Shukin, to Chief Chips to ask him if he's involved with this event?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, next item on the agenda is the support for Victoria Medical Society Family Practice Community Initiative. They're asking for $3,000 towards the event. That would be invaluable to their efforts to maintain this collaborative effort. What does everybody think to that? Councillor F. Or Councillor Gray?
Well, I really have to defer to Councillor Gray on this one because I read it, but I'm not totally sure I understand what it is.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak to this?
Yeah, well, I only have the information in the sheet of paper as well, the letter from Michael Putland. So the Victoria Medical Society is a group of the physicians who work around Victoria. And I think what they're attempting to do here is simply provide a welcome event for residents who are registered in the program here in Victoria. So one of the thoughts about medical training is that, first of all, you know, where do the students come from? You know, maybe they'll return to where they came from. Where you train them, maybe if you train them in a rural area, they'll go back to a rural area. If you train them in Victoria, they might stay in Victoria. Those kinds of ideas are mixed around in this. So I think what this is an idea of, you know, having people feel welcome that they've come and that they may choose to settle here, and nothing more complicated than that. And the Victoria Medical Society is keen to encourage new practitioners in the Victoria area as well as support those who are already here. My own view is that for a community like Metchosin, this is not the most effective use of our municipal tax dollars, paying for an event at the Delta Hotel. There's a lot of different ways of recruiting physicians. This is just simply one of them, but we don't really have a circumstance now where we're recruiting people into a place, so it doesn't have the same charm as some other ideas that we might pursue. That's just my own take on it. I think it's great that they're doing this, but I don't know that it's a particular role for Metchosin.
Okay.
In terms of payback, in terms of, you know, return on investment, let's call it.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead.
I'm with Councillor Gray on this one. The event actually seems quite undefined, and yeah, they're asking for probably more than we can actually provide at this point, given what's ahead and where we're at with financing and the grant aids that we've already given out. Which, yeah. And Councillor Donaldson did warn us that careful not to give everything away because there'll be more requests coming.
But, okay, thank you for that perspective. I also agree, but I do see the value for this for Esquimalt, for instance, where they're trying to recruit to particular clinics there. So hopefully Esquimalt has contributed to this and they'll have some voice there. Okay, so we'll, shall we write them back and say thank you, but we're unable to provide assistance at the time? Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So then on to what Councillor Epp had talked about, the Beecher Bay First Nation Paddle to Muckleshoot 2023. So they would like to join us, they would like our community to join their community on July 22nd, which is coming up. That's Saturday, right? This is coming Saturday. And they think this is going to be a wonderful event, but they need some help because they've got a glitch with their funding. They want to ask us to donate to the cause of this canoe family. It'll provide food and drinks, ferry passes, gift cards to members attending, as well as contributions to the host night dinner on July 22nd. Anybody want to speak to this? Go ahead,
Yeah.
Councillor Schuker.
Thanks, Marilyn. I would very much like to provide a contribution to the Channel Nation for this event. And sounds like a big thing, of course, is this is the first time it's been happening, will happen since COVID began. So I think this is a notable event to get it back going and the traditions kind of restarted. I did get a phone call from Councillor Tracy Pateman, who gave a call before sending this, and I moved it on to my colleagues. She seems very enthusiastic about the event, and also noted that they will be welcoming other paddlers on, I believe it was on the Saturday as well. So it's a larger event than just the Channel Nation as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. And is Muckleshoot, is that in Washington State?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay. That's quite a paddle.
Yes.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have, interim CAO, we have, is it up to about $1,000 to contribute? Or is that the type of contribution they're looking for? They're looking for something, Councillor Schuker?
No amounts were discussed. I would put it to Council that we look at anywhere from $500 to $1,000.
Okay.
I'm inclined to go with $1,000 toward this. So.
Okay, we get the nod there.
Okay.
Anybody else here want to speak to this?
No, I'm supporting.
Okay.
Okay.
Marilyn,
Motion?
I move that the district provide funding toward the Channel Nation for the Paddle to Muckleshoot 2023 in the amount of $1,000.
Okay, moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. Anybody else call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so correspondence for action. Does anybody need a 90-second break here? No? Okay, great. Let's keep going. Reports, where am I here? Reports for information. This is
11, you're on 11 correspondence for information.
okay, thank you. 2:37. Sorry, I'm getting tired as well. So we have correspondence. This is the first letter from George Hyman that we had sent a letter to them, or to him, to his ministry in April. This is his response to that. I appreciate the response. I was sort of hoping for something a little different, but that's okay. Anybody have any comments regarding this? They're saying that they do recognize that that oil spills pose significant risks, so they do recognize this. Yeah, you've read the letter.
Yeah, I think the key part of the top of page 2,
Mm-hmm.
Transport Canada is the lead federal regulatory agency.
Yeah.
So he's sort of saying, you're right, we've been fighting it, but
It's not our
Transport
problem.
Canada.
Yeah, it's Transport Canada. Yeah.
Hence the letter that we were which we're sending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to take a motion to receive this
moved.
information. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next letter is from the Township of Esquimalt. Mayor Desjardins is asking us to consider our municipal speeds. They are planning to reduce their speeds within the corporation, the Township of Esquimalt. They're asking for others to potentially do the same. I'm going to punt this to Councillor Epp. We've done some work already in reducing the speeds within the core. Did you have any comment?
I have to go back to the response letter that she got from the province. But it doesn't seem like, I think some of the things that we've put in already some are working in, part anyway. Some people are slowing down, others won't slow down no matter what speed limit you have on the road. yeah, I don't see any reason for Metchosin to change too much right now. I mean, it's hugely expensive. I would far rather see, which was suggested, that's what was suggested by the letter from the, I think it was from the province, from the Ministry of Transportation possibly. But anyway, about speed humps. I think that we really need those on our danger spots. There's various places in Metchosin, they've all been more or less identified. And I think that that's something that if we can get more of a road safety amount out of our Growing Communities Fund, that we can use it for things like that that definitely do slow people down rather than, and are far more, I think, valuable and cost effective than just spending a whole bunch of money on more signs.
Okay, thank you.
Move,
Anybody else?
Move receipt of the information.
Okay, moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. More discussion? Councillor Donaldson, did you wish to?
Yeah,
And Councillor Shukin, go
I
ahead.
support what Councillor Epp is saying. I think you can have all the signs and flashing lights. That does help a portion of the population, but if you put something in their way, it's definitely going to make a difference. So I really like the portable speed humps, because they could be lifted for the the winter time and stuff like that, and moved to other danger areas. Actions speak louder than words or signs. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And you're right, it is very expensive, Councillor Epp, to redo signs. Go ahead, Councillor Shukin.
Just a quick observation. I think there's some interesting drama going on between the two letters. The province's letter from June 13 is basically saying, no, you're not reducing speeds until you give us a rationale and study.
We're not paying.
And then June 22nd is, yeah, we're going to be reducing speeds and posting signs over the next few years. So it's an interesting back and forth thing. So that's the way I read it anyways. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, good comments. So we have a motion to receive. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so we have another letter from another mayor. This is from Sid Tobias from View Royal. This is talking about support for the very light rail pilot proposal. You've read it. What do you think? Would you like to give support? We had an extensive conversation about this at the mayor's lunch.
Is this for information or is it for action?
This is
Mayor Biddle, that the proponents are coming to present to council at the August meeting.
This is postponed till the, okay.
The proponents are coming to present to Metchosin Council.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how about if we take a motion to receive and then we will discuss it in more detail after the August meeting. Okay.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And then the last letter is from Sharon Proud regarding protection and restoration of biological diversity in local communities, Union of BC resolution. Do we want to support this resolution from Saanich Council?
I believe we passed something like this.
I don't think we passed the one from Saanich, did we?
Well, no, I seem to recall us doing
We did
something.
already? Okay, so why are we receiving? Yep.
Sent to us.
We did, Metchosin Council did their own and sent it to UBCM, and this is a similar one.
Yeah.
Saanich, I think there's 4 other communities that have done this now.
Okay.
Remember we were first out of the gate?
Okay.
We were the first one in the province who did it, and we changed it though and made ours, on your advice, Mayor Little, to be more action oriented. So you'll recall at the end here, what we've done is we said the province work with local governments to establish a local nature's area protection fund and to support local, it went on legislative and communication.
Okay. Great.
May I commend Ms. Hansen's memory about what it was we actually did, especially at 20 after 11. Very helpful.
Great. Okay, so motion to receive from Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And then the Town of View Royal School Liaison Program in View Royal. This is also for a motion to receive. This is regarding their support of the school liaison programs. There was controversy because of the school district voting not in favor of school liaison positions. So I think this is why we're seeing this.
Moved for information.
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Anybody else want to add anything? No? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then finally, the City of Surrey, Mayor Brenda Locke wanted to make us aware of the impact of the Surrey transition. Has everybody read that? Okay. I'll take a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Schuken. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay.
There's even more drama in that one.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So lastly, don't go away because we have other business from the recommendations to be ratified this evening. Okay. First of all, the Finance Committee, we usually have the Finance, all the committee members, the chairs do their own, but I will do it in the essence of time. The 2023 reserves. So this is from earlier this evening, that the December 31st, 2023 balance in the Safe Restart COVID-19 Grant Reserve be transferred to the General Capital Reserve. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So from the council meeting of the Community Planning Committee, that council approved the proposed location for a memorial bench pending approval by staff and consultation with BC Transit. Okay, take that motion. Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That council refer the Parks Donation Program guidelines to staff to the Parks and Trails Advisory Select Committee for review and updating as to locations and the cost for park benches and picnic tables. Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then regarding the staff report, additional information and request to amend the hours for the existing liquor license for Mile Zero Brewery. This is to opt out of the public input process, no comment from the local government, and therefore the LCRB will be responsible for gathering public input. Okay.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. The last is the staff report authorization of non-farm use application to proceed 4495 Happy Valley Road. That council authorized the non-farm use application to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission with a recommendation for approval and any associated comments.
So for the training tower?
Training tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, for the training tower at the old school site.
Right.
Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. And then this is from Public Works and Protective Services, Councillor Epp. From the Healthy Community Advisory Select Committee recommendations of June 20th. The Poverty Reduction Action Plan that Council authorized the Healthy Communities Advisory Select Committee to work in conjunction with the Fire Chief to identify issues and gather information towards the development of a local poverty reduction plan for the CEPF Poverty Reduction Planning Grant to support people in the community living in poverty. So moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then secondly, the health and safety training for the community that council authorized the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee to work in conjunction with the fire chief to hold public education and training sessions to increase health and safety in the community. Administering naloxone workshops and other initiatives. Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Schuken. And then the Environment and Natural Committees, Natural Areas Committee.
All in favor? All in favor?
Well, I should read them out.
Because
the last
the previous one.
We didn't
Sorry?
vote on the last one.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for that. The Environment and Natural Areas Committee, July 17th, other business. Transport candidate and scheduled schedule of tanker traffic. That council send the proposed correspondence to the Federal Minister of Transport with copies to the Provincial Minister of Environment as amended. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The second is that council send the proposed correspondence to the BC Minister of Environment as amended. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That council adopt and send the correspondence as proposed to the Trans Mountain Corporation regarding existing shoreline condition report EAC 39. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And lastly, motions proposed by Ms. Alison Leduc regarding 1 and 2, that the District of Metchosin request urgent provincial action to identify streams and aquatic ecosystems of concern in the Bilston watershed and calculate the critical environmental flow thresholds for those streams, and that the province thereafter ensure that the critical environment flow threshold is maintained, and that the district place a notice on the homepage of the district's website to underline the dire situation of the creeks and ask people to help monitor water levels to protect habitats for fish and other species that depend on streams in Metchosin. If that notice can be placed on the district's homepage. Also, if council members could push it out through their Facebook or other social media pages, that would be helpful. Moved by
me, but and not draw water.
And try and refrain from drawing water from the local streams. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody to include? With that, this is moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, with that, I think that is it. I just want to thank Ms. Hanson for all of those that she had prepared for us so I could run through them quickly at the end of the night. Any other business at 11:30 at night? No, if not, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Donaldson. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you, staff. What a marathon.